morning, and welcome. Welcome. It's that simple as that. Welcome. We're so happy to see you here at the Sewing Quarter. We've been here for 6 weeks now, 6 weeks and 1 day, and I'm loving your company today, as they say. Today is called Tots to Teens. I think it's got more of an animal theme. We've got whales, we've got owls, we've got reindeers / stags, and we've got pencil cases. So it sort of fits, doesn't it? Now, if you've just joined us for the first time, you're thinking, who are these people? What is this? We are the Sewing Quarter. We are a shopping channel, but we're a shopping channel with a difference. I say this every day. We like to bring you innovation, ideas. We bring you fabulous designers. We bring you nervous designers who shouldn't be nervous at all. And we bring you fun and inspiration, hopefully, whether you're just starting off on your sewing life or whether, of course, you've been doing it for years and years and years. Or if you're going back to it. We've had a lot of people message in saying, oh, I used to do sewing, then I had a family or a career and everything. I'm just getting back to it, and you've inspired me to get my sewing machine out and start again, and that's what we love. Two fabulous designers saying, now, the designers love it if you send in questions for them or any interaction or tell them how they're doing or anything like that. There are two ways you can get in touch. The first and best way to get a message through to the studio is on our web chat. And what you need to do is if you go to our website, which is www.sewingquarter.com, there it is, you see, and you press on the Watch Live TV, and you watch the live show. You click on that, and you get a bigger screen there. And then what you do is you just scroll down the page slightly, and you see there it says that message to the studio. All you do is you just write your message in there. That's Hannah, producer Hannah writing. This could go anywhere you want it to. Good morning. Good morning. And also, now, while we're on that page, and if you just click on that and send it straight through, it'll come straight through to Hannah in the gallery. Also, while we're on that page, just scroll back up again to the screen. See to the right there. Now, obviously, that's yesterday's fabric. When we're doing a sale, in that box to the right there, there will be... you can just add it to your basket, basically. Just add it to your basket. And then if you scroll further down the page, if you think you've missed something... Oh, it's gone a bit... Oh, there we go. I'm getting confused because they're both doing it at the same time. Scroll down the page. Now, they're all the items I had for sale yesterday. But in a minute, all of those will disappear. And everything that we show you today, whether it's fabrics, whether it's kits, whether it's notions, anything we're selling you today, it'll appear there, so you can just add it to your basket from there. The other way you can get in touch is just send us an email. Send an email to studio@sewingquarter.com. Studio@sewingquarter.com. Now, I've just got to say quickly, if you just want a quick message to come through, you can use either of those, the web chat or the email. But if you've got a long question that needs answering maybe from somebody in the customer service team or from one of the designers, it's best to email it, because what happens is the web chat, once the show finishes, just disappears and we can't get it back, whereas the email will go straight through to customer service as well, and they'll be able to check and answer you, anything like that. Anyway, less of me. We've got Joe on now. And look at these. Aren't these gorgeous? Aren't they fantastic? We've got a kit. We have a kit. We know you love your kits. Hello? Oh, aren't they beautiful? They're just gorgeous. So we're going to find out what the kit is and how you make them. OK? Are you coming with me? We'll go. What's the matter, Jay? Jay's just come running in like something's gone wrong. What's the matter? Anyway... How are you? I haven't seen you for ages. I love these. I just love them. It's the nicest fabric. It's so soft. Don't be so modest. It's the nice fabric, but it's also the way you've made them. I love when you do toys. I love the way that when you do toys, they've got character. They've got a really lovely character to them. And this is one of your designs, isn't it? This has appeared previously in a magazine. It's your design. It is, it's mine. In fact, it's this here. Because, let me show you what kits are available. Before we start making, let me show you what kits are available. We'll start with the pink one. I've lost everybody in the gallery. Hang on. Hello? Hello, right, fine. OK, we're doing the pink one first. So what you get, this is the whale hello there, kit in pink. Oh, by Joe Carter, you can get your name on it. So what you get in the kit there is you get the two, I'll go through it here for you in real life as well. You get the two pieces of fabric, you get the needles, you get the embroidery thread, you get the instructions, and you get the toy filling. Now, there's enough toy filling in that bag to fill more than that, surely, isn't there? There is. Yeah. There will be, yes. OK, so let me just show you. I'll just show you in reality, this is what you get. Right, so you get the pale pink fabric, 1/2 metre. You get the deeper pink fabric. That looks a little bit more. Oh, no, it's 1/2 metre. 1/2 metre. You also get the embroidery needles. You also get the embroidery thread. You also get the bag of... this is all for £27.95 when you get all of this. And most importantly, this is what you get. The instructions. The instructions. And now, Jo, you've made them so they're so easy to follow, haven't you?
They are. They're step-by-step, take you through it. They're not too complex to make, but they're full instructions with each step.
And the pattern in there. So you've got the pattern on this side, you've got the photos on this side of how it should look like, and you get all of this, everything. There's all the pattern pieces. What we're going to do now in the next 55 minutes is make one. What colour are you making? Actually, blue, the blue and grey one.
A blue and grey one, yeah.
Right, oh no, I have to show you the blue kit first. So have a look at the picture of the blue kit. It's exactly the same, except you get blue and grey, but we need to show you, because it's under a different code name. There you go. So if you want this, just ring the call centre, say I'll have the blue one or the pink one. Or you go on the web, you'll be able to see which one's there in the shopping basket now. £27.95. You get the 2 fabrics, you get the instructions, you get the stuffing, you get the thread, and that's just me bending down. And you get the needles. That wasn't me doing a whale noise, that was me bending down because I dropped the thread. Right, now, before I go any further, just so you know, on the samples, you've put buttons that you had from home because you didn't have the kit, did you, when we sent you the kit? I used black plastic safety eyes on those ones.
Oh, sorry. But I've got an example, which I'll bring out later, with an embroidered eye.
Exactly, because that's what the embroidery thread's for, you see. Rather than putting on, what did you call this?
Safety eye.
Safety eye. We're going to show you how to embroider an eye so there's no plastic bits on it at all. OK, let's get started. Maybe you can get in touch. Any questions, Joe's happy to answer. It's like a sauna in here this morning. I'll get Joe to put the aircon on in a minute. How do we start?
We start with drawing out the pattern.
Right.
With a plush fabric like this, you need to take account of the pile direction.
Right.
The nap of the fabric.
Oh, the nap, yes.
Can you see? It needs to... But there's an arrow marked on each pattern piece showing which way.
Right, so that arrow is put... Now, which way... So here's the fabric. How do you know which way the nap is going or the pile is going? The nap and the pile are the same thing, aren't they? Right. So, for example, that's the top tail there. When you've cut it out with a little arrow on it there. There. So now, how do you know... Oh, I can tell.
You can, if you just give it a little stroke... If it lies flat and smooth, it's running downwards, and then if you... the other way, you can see...
Right, OK, so you want it, the arrow, going in the direction of the smooth?
Yes, the way that it flows,
yes.
Almost. But you
so
really can feel
that would be cut like that?
Yes.
The smooth way down, arrow goes that way. OK, just need to get that sorted. Right.
So I always start with the fabric so that the pile is running from top to bottom.
Yep.
And then I'll draw my pieces out like that.
OK, perfect. I'll just hold this while you're doing that.
Trying not to step on the machine pedal. So I've cut these pieces out, and when you cut them out, you want to get them as close together as possible. So I think I cut these with the fins probably that way, in between, just to get the most out of the fabric.
Oh, yes, of course. But there's plenty of fabric to make it the kit, isn't there? Make the whale. Right.
And out of the kit, I would say probably about a 3, because I've made...
Right, hang on. Say this again.
You could probably get, out of half a metre of each of the fabrics, you could get, with conservative cutting, you could get 3 out of it.
Oh, so out of that kit, what we're saying is out of that kit, you're going to get 3... You can make up to three whales?
Yes, because I had a half a metre of each of the grey and the blue, and I have one cut out here, I have one part finished, and that one there.
Perfect.
So
there you go, then.
There is a lot of fabric in there.
Brilliant. So now, I won't interrupt again, but you can see the blue one is on the big screen there at £27.95, and the pink one at the bottom of your screen, also £27.95. OK.
So I've got all the pieces, and I always start when I'm making a toy. Anything that's being sewn into a seam, so a limb or a tail or an ear, I always do those first.
OK.
So I've made one fin already.
OK, so these are the fin pieces, and obviously you're going to get you're going to cut 4 of those.
Yes.
Yeah.
These are the side body pieces.
They're the side body pieces here. Oh, of course, because that lovely little... because obviously there's the 2 colour... Shall I get the blue one out so you can see what it is on yours? So this is this piece here.
That's that one.
Yeah. And then you've got that piece, which looks like Poirot's moustache.
That's the top of the tail, so that one goes there.
It's like a mermaid tail, that one, isn't it? Right, and then that's the main strip across the bottom. OK, brilliant.
So I'll start
sorry, and the blue is the bottom.
Yes.
It's tummy.
Tummy with tail
Already
incorporated.
included. Oh, fantastic. OK, right, off you go.
So I'll make a fin. Is it? It's a fin, isn't it? It's not a flipper. No, it's a flipper. It's not a fin. Oh.
What is it?
It's a flipper. It's a flipper, isn't it? A fin would be on top and a...
It's your
Is that
design.
right? I know.
Yes.
I need to go back to the sea
Let
license.
us know. Let us know. Is it a fin or is it a flipper? I thought flippers were... I don't know. Dolphins, I'm thinking of. Flipper. That was the name of one, wasn't it? OK, so what are you doing?
I'm sewing with a 1/4-inch seam allowance all around the outside, leaving the top end of the fin or flipper.
Right sides together, obviously.
Right sides together. It does take... This fabric, this Shannon Cuddle, does take a little bit of getting used to, but once you get used to it, it's really easy to sew
In
with.
what way?
It stretches. There's quite a lot of stretch. So I'll show later when joining the sides to the middle. There's quite a lot of flex in it, which sometimes can really work to your advantage.
Yes. OK.
Because if something is looking like it's a little bit short.
So you're just stitching, like you say, just like a little pocket for the... So we call him his arm until we know if it's a flipper or a fin.
My thread's just snapped, so I'm just going to start again.
What, sorry?
My thread has snapped.
Oh, that's not a good start, is it?
I know.
Like I just said, like Joe just said, there's plenty of fabric in the kit. You can make up to 3 whales in one kit. And if you've never sewn with this fabric, there'll be a little bit left over to practice with as well. I'm just going to switch them off and switch them back on again. That usually works, doesn't it? So while Jo just threads up her machine again, we'll just say, look at the kit there. That's the blue one that you saw the kit for there. The Whale Hello there kit in blue, where you get the 2 pieces of fabric, the 1/2 metre of the grey, 1/2 metre of the blue. That's loads for the blue. Could you swap them over if there's enough fabric to make one of them the other way round? There is. So you could almost do one like that and then swap it over and have it the blue top and the grey tummy from the blue kit there. £27.95.
I think I've solved this.
£27.95. And then, of course, there's the pink one as well, which is... I mean, they're just beautiful. I wish you had touchy telly because this is so... They're so squidgy. This fabric is so beautiful. So you get the needles, the embroidery thread, you get the 2 lots of fabric, you also get the stuffing, and you get that Whale Hello there. That's the instructions and the pattern all there. All that for £27.95. What a lovely gift. Whether you give it somebody as a gift for them to make, or whether indeed you make it for them. It's a really, really lovely gift. And also, you know, we're saying from tots to teens. I'd love that. And I don't think I come into either of those categories anymore. No. Oh, it's so lovely. It's so lovely, the feel of this fabric, isn't it? OK.
There we go.
You all right?
It just got caught around the top. I think that was the problem.
That'll be Jay's fault. Oh, now I've got a message from Tracy already. Oh, Tracy loves me and you together.
Oh, thank you.
She thinks Joe's amazing. And I'm called Hollywood John. My days in Hollywood are long over. Digbeth now. Digbeth John now. Say that again. Oh, in inverted commas. Oh, you've taken the mickey out of me now, Tracy. Hollywood, John. Yeah. There's a Hollywood near here. I pass through Hollywood in the mornings, don't I? Or around about this Hollywood, anyway.
So I've turned that one the right way out. With this cuddle fabric, there's not really any need to trim the curves always.
Because it's stretchy.
Because it's so stretchy, it allows for it. There are times, I mean, at this point here, I'll have to cut, that's to form the smile. But a lot of the time, you can get away with not clipping the curves.
Yes.
So I'll just turn that right
way out. Would you like a proper dobber rather than using those scissors?
Oh, thank you. And then, with things like this, I always baste the top ends closed so that...
Has it not got anything in it?
No, I don't put anything in the flippers.
Oh, OK.
You could stuff these.
Oh, no, I tell you what I'm getting confused with. The owls later, they've got a bit of wadding in their wings, haven't they?
Stuffed wings.
Yes. So you just baste that across?
Yes, just to stop this side. Sometimes when you sew it in, if one slips down, you lose some of the seam allowance.
Yes, of course.
So it just helps, just makes it a bit easier. So I'll sew across.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about that, not putting stuffing in it.
Because it's quite thick fabric. It doesn't always need it.
Hannah's so concerned. Hannah, it's all right. They're just toys. She said, "Oh, turn it around because it can't see each other." I'll do them like that. There you go. Kissing whales. There you go. Hey. This one's got a tummy like mine. I think its tummy's a bit bigger on one side than the other, so it rolls over. So you're just base stitching the top across now so that they don't slip.
So those are done and ready to go into the seam.
They're the only bits to add, though, aren't they? Because the rest of it is all...
It is, it's all...
encompassed.
It is.
Right, OK, so what's the next stage, then?
So then I would join the side body to the middle section.
OK. So that's... I'll do it on the blue one. That's joining this bit across the top here to these two side bits here, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, perfect. OK, put it back.
When I sew, I like to sew from the front of the face, that way.
Yes.
Now, when this piece is on top, because this is cut along the grain, there's no flex to it. So this won't stretch, whereas when this is on top for this side, it will really stretch. So it's really important to pin this one in place before you sew it. You can actually get away with, on the other side, not pinning it very much or even at all, because it won't stretch if this is on the bottom.
Right.
Because naturally, when you sew, you tend to pull the top piece a little bit more. So I'll pin this in place.
Are there notches on the pattern, or do you just ease it on so it fits on?
It should fit perfectly, because I measured the seam allowance, but there will be, with this side, definitely there will be an element of easing.
But people are going to panic, aren't they, when they see that this has got to go to that. It's almost like putting a curve onto a straight edge, isn't it? But don't be frightened by it, that's what we're saying, isn't it?
If you pin it well, it's actually quite easy to sew. OK,
well, let's watch you pin it. I'll keep quiet while you pin it.
And also, when stitching with fabric like this, don't start right at the edge because it has a tendency to chew. I start...
Oh, when you're machining it?
Yes, I start from the seam allowance, usually. There are little things like that help.
Blue's the most popular so far. It's only 8:15 and it's busy already. Busy already. Well, that's fantastic, isn't it? Because you always know that a Jo Carter kit's going to be fantastic anyway, and all her animals are amazing. Have you done me a pattern for a... What was it? Not a blackbird, a magpie yet?
I've not done one yet, no.
Oh, you've got plenty of time, haven't you, soon? Have you got some time off?
A little bit.
What was the other thing? Was it Tyrannosaurus Rex? Oh, I've got to tell you a funny story. I shouldn't really tell you this because little Paul will go crazy, right? Little Paul was, before this job, he went for an interview for a job, and you know they do psychometry tests and everything, and they said to him, name an animal like that, and he went, Tyrannosaurus Rex. And they went, oh, name another animal, and he went, mouse. And then at the end of the thing, they said, right, we've just got one thing to discuss with you, Mr. Evans, and this is the animal question. He said, oh, yes, what is it? Thinking, oh, I've done this really well. Apparently, the first animal you mention is how you perceive yourself, right? And the second animal is how other people perceive you, how you really are. So he perceives himself as this Tyrannosaurus Rex. Anyway, he didn't like me telling that story. I had to say on air yesterday, when he was producing this, I had to say, oh, I have a friend who this happened to, but now he's not in. I can tell you it was him. Oh, look, I've missed you doing the opinion. Sorry, that's me gabbing away.
I just want to check. It doesn't show up too well on here, but there's a slight corner there, and that's where it ends.
Oh, OK. So Nikki says what? Oh, right. Nikki said, she might have missed it at the start, what's the seam allowance on this pattern? Is the seam allowance already included?
It's included in the templates, and it's 1/4 inch.
1/4 inch. So, Nikki, it's already in there, and it's 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch already in there. So you only have to cut out that exact shape, and it's got 1/4 inch seam allowance in it. Oh, Sylvie's message. You're very busy today. She'd like to say hello to everyone at Sewing Quarter.
Hello.
And Jo's very, very talented.
Oh, thank you.
And she doesn't mean... Oh, I'm a Joy. I'm a Joy. Thank you very much indeed. No, I'm not Joy the designer. Not Joy the designer. Right.
This is not wildly exciting, this bit.
Oh, will you make a unicorn, Anne says. What did you just say under your breath, then?
I was just saying, this is not particularly thrilling, is it, watching me pin?
No,
but,
no. Who was it? Anne wants to know when you can do a unicorn.
Do you know, horses are really quite tricky to get right, the face. But I have done a unicorn.
Unicorn's not a horse. It's a unicorn.
It's got a touch of the horse about it, though.
It's a magical creature.
So it is a magical creature.
There was a picture on, I don't know if it was Facebook or something like that this week, of a horse that had been born, a baby horse, foal. And on, you know how they have the different colours here? It had the outline of another horse on its back there, you know, like the profile of a horse. So as it ran along, and its mane changed colour, where the mane... So it was a brown horse with a white horse on it with a white mane. Anyway, so let's just have a look how we've pinned this. That seems to have gone on quite easily.
It has. I mean, start doing a few and then make sure you pin the end and then you can sort of ease it round in the centre. OK. And then is it easy to sew? Are there any tips about when you sew it? Just keep... What you have to get used to is you can't always see the edge of the fabric because it's a bit obscured by the fluff, by the fur. Yes. So that takes a bit of getting used to. And just make sure that the underside hasn't rolled round a bit. OK. But it's not too... So take your time doing it, basically. Take your time. Pin well, take your time, and it should be OK. And if you're new to it, would you tack it in place? You always tack on the machine, though, don't you? But you know what I mean? If you're new... You could hand... Yes. Just then you know it's all in place, and you can just stitch, couldn't you, by your hand stitching. And the little tip earlier was don't start right at the end with this fabric. Sometimes it gets eaten by the machine, so start further in and then go back... Oh. Sorry, I should probably slip that pin out. Tuck the pins out. We've never seen you use this many pins before. I know. Well, I tend to avoid pins usually, but this really does. Yeah, but you couldn't. You could have put that on. If the seamstress is on Coronation Street, which would be believed, you'd never use a pin, do you ever? To curves or shapes or darts or anything. They're very gifted, aren't they? They are, and they can chat while they're doing it as well, and act. Don't have to look at the hands whilst using a machine. It's all kicking off there. I watched it last night. I caught up last night. But yes, take your time. It's... I'll try and speed up a little bit. Oh, yeah, our old friend Helena, for some reason, she's... Oh, well, I think she's just... Will.i.am's doing a video, isn't he? Says pop video today from Coronation Street set, and our friend Helena is working on it today. She's very excited. It's for his next new single, apparently. I'm not sure if it's definitely on Coronation Street or whether it's at Granada. They're just filming it at Granada Studios. But not YouTube, what's that thing called? Facebook page had a picture of Coronation Street on it. Just watching Joe. We don't need to... We're just watching. I was just looking to see if there's a picture of this seam in the instructions here, and it's not that one, is it? There, because that's the. Oh no, it is that one. It is that one. There you go. Anne's got what? Oh, Anne's got a good idea for you, Joe. She's going to buy the kit. Mm-hmm. Buy some more fabric. Oh, right. What she's going to do, she's bought the kit, and then she's going to scale up the pattern, buy some more fabric, and make a big cushion out of it. It would make a great cushion. The thing is, you could do a whole family, couldn't you, really? You could do this size, you could scale up. I suppose it gets more tricky the smaller you scale down, because there are... Well, no, I suppose you could just manage it, couldn't you? You could, I think. You could. And also, well, the thing is, Anne... Oh, no, if you're going bigger... You might need more fabric, because you're saying in the kit there's enough to make 3 of these, so you make one that size and maybe use the rest of the fabric to make a slightly bigger one, but it maybe not big enough to make a cushion. The bit you'd struggle with is the middle head needs to... It's almost half a metre, actually. It's quite a long piece. OK, but we've got this fabric, we're selling it by the half metre in your second show, aren't we, when we make the owl? We are. So, if you do like it and you maybe want to an owl in a different colour, then you can come back, buy the kit, but then if you want to make a big one, we've got different colours coming up at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, right. And so then I need to join the next time? Can we just have a look at that one, then? So that's it fit the stitch there, so you don't need to worry so much about... because it's got the ease, and because it's got the stretch on it, it eases round, and that's what it looks like from the reels. Looks like a princess seam almost, that, doesn't it? But then you say the other side's easier, is it? Because if you stitch from the front, because this, which doesn't stretch, is on top, actually, you can... I mean, if you... Pin by all means. I mean, for speed and time now, I will just stitch this on. We've got loads of time, but can't you? And hopefully it will... All right, then, let's go on, give it a go. I've set myself a bit of... Be a rebel.
Oh, now the blue... Isn't that funny? Because I love the pink one, but the blue is definitely winning in the popularity stakes at the moment. Lots in the basket. Don't forget to check out. Don't forget to check out your basket. Thank you for all your different requests of the animals that you want Jo to do. I'll pass them all on to her later. Are there any unusual ones? Koala bear.
I've not done a koala bear in a while.
Sloth.
I really want to make a sloth. They're really popular at the minute.
Don't they look like koala bears anyway?
They do have that sort of look, don't they?
I went to San Diego Zoo last summer and all the other animals were up and about running and everything. The koala bears were all just fast asleep in the little nooks of the trees.
I made a dog over the week. I designed a dog over the weekend.
Oh, did you? 'Cause you had nothing else to do?
No. So I choose to spend my weekends.
And what fabric did you use for that then?
I use this sort of fabric, Shannon.
Wow. Did you design that for us, or was that for your own?
It's for a magazine.
Okay.
So
one of our magazines. Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, that's fine. Then you can talk about it.
So yes. So there, that actually, I took slightly less of a seam allowance there. So I would, if that happens, it's not the end of the world. I would just go back.
I'm glad we're making one of your patterns like this, because this could be the start of your book that I keep talking about, that I'm going to be your agent for.
Should this be pattern 1?
Hannah would buy the book, she says. That's 1. I wonder if you could have it out by Christmas. Could you get it out by Christmas, do you think?
It could be. It might be a bit of a tall order.
Really?
I mean, I'll put it on my list.
Well, have you got other things to do?
1 or 2.
Yeah.
Yes,
How's Helen?
She's well.
She watching?
I would think so. She's
Morning, Helen.
back from
Morning.
back from her holidays.
Helen's Joe's mum. She's waving at the screen, apparently. Yes, she rang in sick again.
No, she's oh, she might.
Oh.
I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Can she have it on in the library with her earpieces in? She can have it on her computer, like pretend she's booking the books in, but she's actually watching us.
She might still have. She's been off on holiday, so she
Again?
might still. I know. She's quite jet set.
She's been somewhere glamorous.
Bilbao.
Oh, that's very because there's a fabulous art museum in Bilbao, isn't there, and everything?
Well, she's gone with my sister, who's a curator. So they tour cities and galleries together.
Quite an arty family then, aren't you?
I know.
Right, so let's get on with the whale now. So which bit are you doing next then? So
I
you've
just
done the
carried on
body.
then, forgetting.
Yes. It looks like a tadpole at the moment.
It does have that sort of look. So there's
Yes.
a bit flat fishy.
Yeah, oh yes.
So you could change it into a flatfish at this
You
point.
could, yes. Right, so, but then...
So that the tail lifts up a little bit. It joins...
Oh, I'll do it on the real thing. I'll do it on the real thing. So that the tail... There you go. Oh, yes, I see. So the tail does this. It's me pointing at the tail doing that. Right?
The tail piece, the top tail piece joins on this V-shaped seam.
OK.
So the next step, I would just sew that on.
OK, and it's the V-shapes on the... Oh, yes.
So it follows on through. I mean, pin, if you prefer, again. Try and get rid of some of the fluff.
Be lovely to... Do you know what? I was just thinking, if you bought that as a kit for somebody who's... who's never sewn before, but just somebody who loves sewing so much, and then what they can do, then they can re-gift the whale onto somebody else if they made it. You know what I mean? You could buy the pack for somebody, they could make the whale, and then pass it on to a child or to a charity or something like that. It's a really lovely gift, isn't it? Now, the blue is the most popular, £27.95. You get the whole kit. Remember, you get the 2 pieces of fabric, you get the embroidery thread, you get the embroidery needles, you get the instructions, and you get that great big bag of super soft toy filling. That's the blue one. Also comes in pink. So we go, this is the one it's going to. What noise do whales make? No, that's a cat. No, that's not it. Oh, no, you get the whale music, don't you, to relax? I love the way it sits. I love your animals because they've got so much character to them. That's the pink one there. The 2 fabrics, the pink, dark pink and the pale pink, the embroidery thread, the embroidery needles, the toy filling and the instructions. OK, So we've just attached that to the end there, the tail. That bit, what's it called? Because you see it go, when they dive in the water, they do that, don't they? As they go in.
They do.
They do what? I don't think it's called that. Right, OK.
So then I based the flippers on at either side, and there'll be marks on the pattern.
Oh, OK. Has anybody messaged in to say whether they're flippers or they're fins? No one's... We'll have to look it up. Oh, more animal ideas for you, Jo. You see for your book.
Go on.
Oh, no. Right. OK. Anne, I think you're a bit mad. Anne, what Anne's going to do is when you've done your book, she's going to make one of your animals, and instead of having them as cushions, she's just going to have the animals around the house. I'd have that. I'd do that.
That is my house.
Well, that's in Hannah's dreams. That's what she thinks your house is like. But all we've seen so far is a beige carpet, a glass of wine, and a wall hanging. That's all we've seen so far.
I take my photos very carefully so you can't see.
See the mess.
Yes. So just inside the seam allowance.
Oh, we've had a question. Have you made yourself as a toy?
I have made people, but I haven't made myself, no.
Oh, you can make a John Limited... No, because if you make a John Limited edition, all you need to do is get the little fat Russian doll and put a fancy shirt on it. That's me done. I don't wear a headscarf, obviously I have to...
People are quite... It's
Oh,
hair.
you could do one of all of us. Mind you, we can't do Jay, because we can't afford that much stuff in, really, can we, at the moment?
Poor Jay.
Poor Jay. He loves it.
There we go.
Oh, yes! Because little Paul, we could have producer Hannah and producer Paul, right? Producer Hannah would be like this, and producer Paul would be like that. You know when you do the Russian dolls where they sit... That's right. That's a nice kit, Christmas kit. OK. Jo didn't like that idea.
People are quite tricky to make.
Are they?
Well, it's getting the right... Making it look like a specific someone, getting the face right can be quite...
You could quite insult them, couldn't you? I've done this doll of you, John. You're like, I'm not that fat, Jo. Right, sorry, let's get on with this. Let's go on with this.
So there's the top part all together.
Yeah.
I'm going to sew the tummy together. OK.
Because we've only been on this half an hour, and you're almost halfway through putting the actual body together. So it's not a long project, is it, this, to do?
It's not. There aren't an awful lot of pieces to it. I'm coming up to... There is one tricky part in it, but I'll show sort of how to manage that.
Is that now? No, not
yet. It's
the smile.
Smile. It's the corner of the mouth.
So what are you doing now? You're stitching the line through the middle of his belly.
Yes, and this point here is where I left the opening, so I bagged it out and stuffed through that.
Oh, of course, I forgot you have to leave an opening, yeah.
Through that section. So it would be about there.
Right, OK.
So I'll pin to about there. And you want to leave an opening of about 10 or 12 centimetres.
Oh, you moved to centimetres suddenly now. 12 centimetres, 4 3/4 inches.
I do toys in centimetres and quilty things in inches. Sorry, I have to flip between the two. And I was
going to say, because we had... yesterday I did quilting rulers with Ange, and we had also the rotary... Oh, if you have not got the combi rotary cutter, you've got to get that. And they're all marked in inches. There's no centimetres on any of them. So there must be that quilters do... But by law, we have to talk about inches and centimetres, you know what I mean? Which is why I'm always trying to do my conversions, but...
Yes, when I write patterns for Love Patchwork and Quilting, quilters want them in inches. So
do you also have to put it in brackets centimetres as well, or do you just deliver it with inches and then if they want to put them on, they can do?
I always deliver that in inches, but toy patterns I do in centimetres.
How weird. Right,
and you want about a hand's... Have I said this? About a hand's width opening, so you can stuff it easily. And I sew from the top to the centre, and then I'll sew from the back.
Oh, I wondered why you were turning over.
So, I mean, you can put pins on both sides and sew out from there down. Right,
but why do you do it your way, then?
Just so the ends definitely line up.
OK.
Although if you pin it, I mean, they will do anyway.
Oh, I see, so you start pinning... So that's in dressmaking, you'd never do that. You'd never pin from one side halfway through and then pin that way, but you're literally making sure your ends meet, and then if there's any excess, it'll go into the middle bit there.
It will, and the stretch, so you'll be able to... But if you pin it well, they should match perfectly.
Yeah.
because it is just the same pattern piece on top of each other.
Blue's still the big favourite. I really thought it was going to be the pink one, but the blue one is the favourite. Do you think that's because what colour are whales? Black and white, aren't they? Oh, grey.
Blue.
Are they blue?
There's a blue whale. Is there a blue whale? There is a
blue.
blue.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is a blue whale. I've not seen a pink whale. Maybe that's what it is, Jo.
I like that one. Reminds me.
I love that one.
Milkshake sort of colours.
Oh, well, it's the boy and the girl. I thought. Yeah. Have they got names?
Oh, I never name them.
No, she never names animals. Wrong question to ask. She never names her animals. Well, that one would have to be Moby, wouldn't it? Moby and Mabel, maybe.
Moby and Mabel. They do sound like a nice couple.
Say that again.
They sound like a nice couple.
Yeah, Moby and Mabel. We like them. Noah didn't have a whale on the ark. They just said Noah. He had two of everything, but the whales could swim in the floodwater. It was fine. They didn't need to get on the boat.
For them, really.
They were just stitching from the end down to the opening, then flipping it over and doing from the other end to the opening.
Yeah.
Oh.
I keep catching the pedal.
So you've double backed on yourself, or what's it called, backstitched on yourself. So because that needs to be because that's where you're going to be stuffing the stuffing. It needs to be secure, doesn't it?
I mean, you will stitch over the top of that, but when you're stuffing it, it'll just open wider if you're not careful. That's also from this end. And actually, I did chew the fabric a little bit. Can you see? I started too close to the edge, and it did chew it a little bit at that end. So it is worth starting that little bit inside it.
Anne's going to make the pink one, and she's going to make a unicorn to match, and she's going to sit them together on the windowsill.
I think they make good friends.
Oh, I mean, two questions. Oh, sorry, Jo.
So I was going to say you have pink elephants, so pink whales, I think.
Not in real life. Have you ever seen a pink elephant in real life?
Well, no.
Oh, no. But anyway, two questions for you. Would you need... Oh, good question. Who's that from? Oh, from customer services, somebody's rung in. If we've said there's enough fabric to make 3 whales out of, but would there be enough stuffing in the kit to stuff 3?
No, there wouldn't. You definitely... It depends. Different people use different amounts of stuffing.
Yeah.
You'd definitely get 1 and have some left over, and it depends on how firmly you stuff something, as whether you could get 2 out of it.
But also, we sell that. That's very reasonable. We sell that bag of stuffing, don't we, Hannah? I can tell you about that later. There they are. Look, the pink one. Oh, for some reason, they've got the mat in the back. Oh, it's not live. I was trying to put my hand in the picture there. £27.95. The blue one, which is the most popular there. Well, hello there. It's a kit, remember, by Joe Carter. Or the pink one at the bottom, £27.95. And what was the second question? Can this be washed? Oh, I didn't do the main show. Can it be washed? We'll ask for you. We'll ask.
Generally, I would say surface wash only, but I regularly put things like that in the machine, if I'm honest. But
that's
that's me. Manufacturers wouldn't recommend it. It's a surface wash.
Surface wash as in just a damp cloth, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Sponge it down.
I will find out, because we've ordered... Natasha and Little Paul did a show selling this fabric before, didn't we? I'll get you an answer before the next show, because we're selling it by the half metre in... Not the next one, but Joe's next one at 10 o'clock. I'll get you an answer for it. What do you need?
No, I'm ready to... I'm just psyching myself up for the tricky bit.
OK, then. Right, I'll be quiet, then, if this is the tricky bit, because you can then explain what you're doing.
At the smile, at the corner, you need to pivot with the needle through at the point. But
That's the smile we're talking about there. OK, right.
The easiest way to do it is to work out from the centre each time. You want to approach the corner from the same...
Direction.
Same direction, yes, so working outwards.
OK.
So I'd start, which means that for one side you'll have this as your fabric on the top.
Right.
And then on the other side you'll have this.
OK, well, we can watch you do it. We've got plenty of time. We can watch you doing it.
So I start by lining up the seam in the centre of the tummy with the mark in the centre of the middle body.
Right.
And I'll pin that in place. And so we're going to sew from this point out this way. So I'm going to pin this really well.
Right, let's watch that because you can see where it goes. Oh yes, it follows the line round. It's not that you're putting two different shapes together. It's just
towards the end you are putting two different shapes together, but at the beginning you're not.
Lisa, our buyer, right, the fabric can be washed, cool machine washed, 30 degrees, or hand washed. And then I've just looked at the bag of stuffing, and the stuffing says washable on it. So I'm presuming it's all washable. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much indeed. How many times have I said gorgeous today then, Lisa? She counts how many times I say gorgeous on the show. That's 2 I've just done there, isn't it? Right, this is important. We have to watch this corner.
Right, so we need the seam allowance, the corner. I might draw it on for ease.
Oh, OK, then.
In fact, I would draw it on the other side anyway for when I sew it. But it's this corner here.
Right.
We want to line up with that point there.
OK. And are there any tips as how you can do it?
Pin it in place. Don't stop at that point, though. Don't pin around the corner.
Right.
Let's see. And there's some stretch in the fabric, so you've got a bit of flex to work with. But what you don't want to happen is for this piece not to be long enough. You want to definitely finish this corner at that point with the seam allowance.
Yes.
So I'm going to sew from here around to there, and then with the needle through the fabric at this point, I'm going to lift the presser foot and snip.
Oh, OK.
There, just so it turns, and we can carry on down the other side.
Right, what we'll do is we'll do that one, and then we'll show it again because we've got to do it again on the other side, haven't we?
It's slightly different on the other side.
OK,
with the other
right,
fabric.
so what you're doing is you're stitching round to that point, stop at the point.
Stop at the point with the needle down, snip, and then carry on. And you, as long as you've cleared this point, I mean, you could stop just after the fin and end that seam, and then do the rest of the body later. And
that's just for the little smile on the side there.
But it's a tight corner, and...
Right. We'll watch you do it then, anyway. No pressure.
No pressure. If anything's going to go wrong, this is the bit. But that's how I like to start Wednesday morning.
Yes.
It is Wednesdays.
Yeah, it is, yes. I was thinking, what should you talk about Wednesday? It's Monday, but it is Wednesday.
So making sure the fabric underneath isn't rolling under.
Are we at the point yet?
Not yet.
All right.
This is where a needle up and down function on a machine really helps.
Yes.
And because that was the pin I didn't want to come out.
It's
only the vital one that I've just slid out by accident. And because I've drawn the seam allowance, it does give me something to aim for, which helps.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pause there.
Right.
With the needle down.
Needle down.
Lift the presser foot and very
So
carefully.
you snip whilst it's in the machine?
Yes, and you want the underneath, the grey fabric in this case. You just want to give it a little snip, minding the stitching.
Only the grey one, not the blue one?
Not the blue one, only the grey one. And then this fabric should turn and be able to be repositioned. And you want to come out of the corner. I'll just carry on and stop.
Yeah. Over a third of the blue ones have sold, just so you know. Over a third of the blue ones have gone. We had lots of stock of this as well. £27.95. Remember, it does come in the pink as well.
of truth. I'll turn it that way. So you've
Perfect.
got the corner in there.
So why do you only snip the grey one and not the blue one?
The blue doesn't need snipping. See, I've tried to follow. It's not quite full on the seam allowance, but it's a difficult thing to do, so... Oh, there we go. There's the little snip.
Yeah.
And it just gives it that freedom to turn.
Oh, fantastic. And you have to do it while it's... Don't try stitching the whole thing and then snipping it, because otherwise it's not going to go round the corner.
No, you won't be able to turn it. You'll end up getting fabric caught underneath and it will twist. So I'll do the same on this side.
Yeah, you do the same on that. So what would you... This is the only tricky bit, really, of the whole thing, creating that smile there. So we stitched along, then snipped into the grey, but not the blue, and then carried on round. And then you're going to encompass the fin in this seam now, are you, then?
I've stopped there. Normally,
stopped.
I'd go... If you want to pin, stop as soon as you're free of the curve.
Right.
I mean, you can stop on the fin, because it's always a good idea to over-sew fins anyway, so they don't get pulled out.
OK, brilliant. So remember, this is a kit. This is the Joe Carter whale kit. Whale, hello there. Did you think of that?
No, I didn't.
Whale, hello there. There's the blue one. You get the 2 pieces of fabric. You get half metre of the blue, half metre of the grey. You get the instructions, the most important thing. You get the stuffing, you get the embroidery thread, and you get embroidery needles, all for £27.95. Give us a call, 0800 112 44 33, or go on the web, of course. Now, I'll just do a quick... the instructions come like this. They're lovely, because what you could do is you could punch holes in them and keep them in a file, couldn't you, or something? Basically, this is how the instructions come. So it's got that lovely picture on the front. And then you turn over, and then these are literally... Oh, sorry, lift it up. The instructions with photographs of the different stages there. And it's all written. It's all written as well. It's all beautifully written there as well. And then all of these pages are like the patterns, the templates for all the different things you need here. So these are actual size for this one that we're showing, including a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So obviously you don't chop those, you either photocopy or trace them out or whatever, so you can use them again. But and also, if you wonder what the little arrow is, the arrow, if you missed it earlier, is the direction of the nap or the pile of the fabric. You remember, you're getting all the fabric, you're getting everything you need. You get absolutely everything you need in the whole kit, because you're loving your kits. Now, there's the pink one. So you've got the dark pink, you've got the pale pink, half metre of each. You've got the thread to make the eyes with, the embroidery needles, a whole pack of embroidery needles, the stuffing and the instructions there. £27.95. Very popular for 8 o'clock or 1/4 to... Oh, it's 10 to 9 already. 10 to 9 on a Wednesday morning.
I love... When I first started, when I left my old job, because everything pretty much we made was from this fabric.
Oh, really?
It was. And then when I started designing patterns, I wanted them to be accessible so anyone could make them.
Yes.
And so I used a lot of fleece, but I love now that this sort of fabric's available.
Well, also, if you want to buy other... Because obviously this fabric comes within the kit. If you want to buy it, buy the half metre. In the 10 o'clock show we're doing, where we're making an... Owl. I was going to say penguin there for some reason. An owl. We're selling it by the fabric. We're selling the fabric, so you could then buy fabric to make other whales or other toys that you want to. Right, sorry.
So, for ease again, if you just draw the seam allowance in, and it just gives you a guide to follow, and this is the point we want to stop with the needle down. And this is slightly easier this time, because when you snip the fabric, it's on the top.
It's on the top rather than underneath, yeah. So we can show that one a bit easier.
So I'll sew around here.
Somebody's just asked about the snippy scissors you're using. I'll show those in a second for you. Just take it easy going round the corner. Ease it round. Well, it's not a corner, the curve. I mean. And you mustn't go past that dot, must you?
No, try and get as dead onto the dot as possible.
Or if you're not confident, you could hand crank it till you got into the dot, couldn't you? And so you know that it's dead on there.
Those last few stitches, I often hand crank, or we'll use the needle down and just gradually creep up to it.
Lynn would like to know. Oh, Lynn's bought the kit. She's going to give it to her daughter to make. The daughter's going to make it, or she's going to make it for her? Oh, the daughter's got to make it. All right, she thinks the daughter would love to make it. That's nice.
we go. Lift the foot up again.
Right, can we get this? Oh, yes.
Can you see? I'm just going to snip, just a little
It's
snip
like an operation. It looks like we're in an operating theatre then.
Towards the needle.
Just snip the aorta. Oh, no, shouldn't snip the aorta, should you? That's important.
That could be fairly lethal.
Well, I'm not the doctor in the family.
And then twist that round, so this is lying the correct way.
Yeah.
And you might need to do a couple of stitches. Like that. And then we'll just reposition.
It's all looking quite fiddly, but actually when you see it in real life, it's quite self-explanatory, really. It's just that little notch that you got at the corner there of the smile, which can seem a little bit difficult.
I'm going to stop on the fin. So if we turn that out, we've got the...
I'll just look at the corner of the smile there.
Corner of the smile's done.
Yeah.
And then from there, I would stitch, pin if you'd like, so all the way around the outside. You would need to clip on this point. So
the
stitching comes around here, and I'd just clip there, taking care of the stitches, and take the points, the seam allowance off at the tips of the tail.
Okay.
Just to make sure. And then on this side, only this one, because that one's got a seam which flexes for it. But just clip in there a little bit, just to allow it to turn that bit better and hold the shape.
And have you got one of those already made?
I've got one already made.
While you show that, because we've only got 5 minutes left of the show, unbelievably, the little scissors that Joe was using are these. Perfect for that snipping, isn't it? They are Fiskars, obviously. I'm just seeing if I've got... Oh, no, there they go. There's the Fiskars there. Fiskars, easy action, soft grip scissors, 16mm, £13.95. They've got a safety catch there, look, so you can open them. They've got that lovely spring mechanism there. OK, let you get on. Oh, suddenly it's stuffed.
It's part stuffed.
Yeah.
Always start with the fiddly bits that are tricky to get to, so I stuffed the tail first.
Right.
And then started with the face. This one has embroidered eyes.
Which is what we've put the embroidery thread in the kit for.
Super safe, especially with small children.
Because you've put here
They're safety eyes.
Safety eyes. You can put safety eyes, but in the kit you get the embroidery thread, which means you can just embroider an eye into it, which you know it's safe then. Nothing's going to fall off, is it? If you're going to give it to a little child or something. And then how do you finish... Oh, sorry, go on.
Do whichever size you want. You could put a little eyebrow on, some eyelashes.
Do they have eyebrows and eyelashes?
I think I like a toy with that. Any toy has eyebrows. Now,
if you want to know how to make the eye, watch the 10 o'clock show.
Yes.
Because we're going to be doing eyes and beaks, aren't we?
We are.
The owl that we're making at 10 o'clock. And then what happens once you finish stuffing it then?
I will put an eye on at this point, so I'll stuff this and then I can get inside.
Oh, OK, while it's still open, yeah.
So, and then you can... Because when you're sewing on facial features, often the stuffing inside can get a bit disturbed and go a bit lumpy. So once you've done them, you can then re-stuff it.
So you wouldn't do it while it was flat, then? You wouldn't do the eye when it's flat?
No, because it can pull the fabric a bit. So I like it part stuffed just to...
give it some body.
Yes. So, and I just started at a point and just gradually built the eye up with straight stitches top to bottom until I got to a size I liked.
Oh, rather than a knot, because we've done eyes before that were a knot, haven't we, on something?
Yes, but I wanted them a little bit bigger on this, so... But you could start with a knot and work your way out.
Yes.
Sometimes I do that.
OK. So then, when you've stuffed it to your content, because as you say, different people like different amounts of stuffing.
They do. I tend to put too much in and then afterwards think, oh, it's
too much.
It's not very cuddly, and then take a bit out. Yes, so stuff it, and then with a ladder stitch.
Oh, that's hand-stitched down there, then?
I hand-stitch this. And I start... I don't know whether this will make sense. I always start front to back. So I'm finishing when I hand close, because sometimes it can pull a bit and pucker at the front.
OK, so you started at the face and work towards the tail, is that what you're saying? You can hardly see it there. But also, there's fantastic fabric. Once you've done it, you can just ruffle it up like that.
You can give it a little brush as well, and you can barely see the seams.
OK, got another message very quickly. Oh, this is perfect for Anne's grandson, because he loves aquariums. And this would be perfect for him. I bet she gets... You're getting the blue one. You're getting the blue one. The blue one is the most popular of all of them. And I love the way the tail flips like that. And that's because of the way you construct it, isn't it, with that seam in there, just to give it that little flip upwards. Fantastic. Now, if you want the blue kit, this is what you need to do. You need to ring in or go on the website. This is what you get in the blue kit. There it is. The Way on Hello there, kit in blue by Joe Carter. £27.95. You get the 2 fabrics, the blue and the grey. You get the embroidery thread, the needles, the stuffing, and the instructions. If you want the pink kit, well, the pink kit, the details are at the bottom. Oh, hang on, are we swapping it around? We're going to swap it round. The blue is the most popular at the moment. Oh, OK. I'll show you the pink one now, because this is the instructions for the pink one coming up next. This is really, really... I love it, look. What could you... You could embroider a little mouth on there, little lips, couldn't you, if you wanted?
You could, and you could use the black embroidery thread to follow this smile round if you wanted to accentuate the smile.
Oh, not teeth. You want teeth on it, do you? There's the pink one. The Whale Hello There kit in pink. £27.95. 2 pieces of fabric, the instructions, the stuffing, the embroidery thread, and the needles again in that one. Give us a call, 0800 112 4433. Go on the web, sewingquarter.com. Pop one in your basket. Right, I think, what are you coming back to do? Oh, an owl.
Owls.
You're doing an owl, aren't you? Using the same fabric. So
yes.
In an hour's time, come back and we'll be making... I won't be. Joel will be making an owl. But you'll be able to buy the fabric by half-metre increments. So if you wanted to make a different colour or a bigger one, like... Who was it mentioned in earlier? Said they're going to do this. Was it Linda? No, Anne said she's going to make a cushion out of it. Join us back in an hour. Sammy Claridge is up next. We're making a really lovely pencil case. Nothing to do with animals, but a gorgeous pencil case. See you in 3.
I freelance, do projects for magazines like Simply Sewing and Molly Makes. I've been sewing all my life. My mum taught me. She was a seamstress in the West End in the 60s and she was always very practical. My dad was practical too. He got me making things in the garage with him, and my granddad taught me to paint, so I've got a very creative background, luckily. I think my favourite thing to make is probably accessories, so handbags and zip-top bags, anything small and neat. I like things that I can get finished quite quickly. I'm quite an impatient sewer. So I would say, yeah, small crafty projects, quick things to make. My top sewing tip to any viewers would be to take your time, in daylight hours if you can, setting aside some time to do the project. Why do I want to work with immediate media? About 6 years ago, I saw the initial layout pages for Molly Makes. Before it was even together as a magazine, it was just literally storyboard images of the hands holding the reels of thread and things like that. And I knew that that was a publication that I wanted to work with. And as soon as Immediate Media bought Molly Makes magazine, I knew that they were a company that I wanted to work with. They have a way of producing things that is to a certain quality level that no other magazine seems to be able to do. I've been in the industry for a long time, so to see it come to a level where it's now going to be accessible to so many more people, and to be able to practically see people doing skills and teaching techniques on TV, where you can fast forward and rewind and watch over and over again, and it's going to be invaluable to the community. Plus it gets those gorgeous fabrics and trimmings and tools that you may not know what to do with a tool. We can teach you that, and we can show you the best way to use it, and then you can pass those skills on to your friends. I think I'm really looking forward to learning new skills. I am primarily a dressmaker and a craft sewist, so I'm really looking forward to watching the quilting segments and learning new techniques within the quilting segments, because that's something I've done in the past, but it's not something that I have excelled in the past. And I'm looking forward to learning new skills from my fellow designers, really.
When I was at school, the pencil case was like a little wooden box, and the top slid off it, and the top had the we didn't have centimetres in those days, the inches on the top. We didn't have, I know I'm only 39, but that's exactly what we had. We didn't have anything fancy like this. Imagine having a really lovely pencil case like this for your daughter or your granddaughter or your niece or your goddaughter. Do you know what? I'm just thinking, though, we're making a pencil case. You could make it into a really lovely like almost not a makeup case, because obviously you don't want but like if your emergency kit, like your mascara and your lippy and your lip gloss and things like that, you could make that into like a little portable, couldn't you? Sammy Claridge is with me. Let's go and oh no, I'll show you the fabrics. Show you the fabrics. Just have a look at these fabrics. They're lovely. They're Joel Dewberry. Really, really lovely fabrics, these. This is the one, obviously, that we've used, Sammy's used in this this kit. That's the Joel Dewberry Arbor fabric in mint from the Atrium range. We love it because it's got that fabulous geometric print on it, which you can use in so many different ways. Do you know what? The other day, Sammy was doing embroidery with us, wasn't she? That'd be a lovely fabric to do embroidery on, wouldn't it? To highlight all of the different edges and everything around there. Yeah. Anyway, that is the Joel Dewberry Arbor fabric in mint. Then we've got £6.95. Now, remember, we sell our fabric by half-metre increments, so £6.95 for half a metre. And then if you're buying on the web, so one unit of 1 would be half a metre, unit of 2 would be 1 metre. Then there's another geometric print here. I love this one. This is the crystalline. Now, it looks like a gem formation, doesn't it, that one? The crystalline fabric in mint again. That's obviously got the mint, but you've also got the lovely yellow and grey in there. £6.95 for half a metre again. I will come back and waft these for you later so you get a good look at them. And I'll just put my hand in so you can see the proportion of the print there. And then these two are nice. These are lovely, aren't they? I'll just move that one so you can just... There you go. There you go. It's called Carrots, this one. Obviously herringbone in carrot from the Flora range. What I like as well is it's got a feel of 3D-ness about it, doesn't it? Because even though it's like a herringbone stitch, you know, zigzag or herringbone fabric, if you look at it, it looks like it's columns, doesn't it? Almost like, what's that, patchwork, no, you know, hang on, quilting pattern, tumbling blocks. It's almost the start of tumbling blocks, isn't it, that one? £6, and I'm learning, you see, I'm learning. £6.95. So that's the one in carrot. Then if you don't want the carrot, that's very good. That's very good for carrot. Oh, well, I don't know why that one's folded the other way. Now, we better... that one might be the wrong way round, actually, the carrot one. Oh, no, hang on. Yeah, the stripes go... Oh, no, that's right. There you go. The stripes go down the fabric. There you go. Stripes go down the fabric there. £6.95. Herringbone in poppy, that one. Oh, that's a lovely description of that colour. Poppy. Because it is a red with a tinge of pink to it there. Oh, it's... sorry, there you go. And then last but not least, I've just got a solid... the solid spectrum colour that Sammy's used to trim her pencil case with. Obviously, on the web, we've got a full section. We've just got the one here, there. Oh, it's magenta. Now, it's not magenta in real life, as in, that's not what you'd call magenta, but it's a lovely... It's more like a flamingo pink, but we haven't got any flamingo pink. But it's lovely, isn't it? £3.25 for half a metre, and it's 100% cotton, really lovely. Hello, you.
Hello.
Now, when she arrived this morning, she gave me a hug at the door this morning. I thought, oh... It's because she hadn't had her coffee, I think.
Yeah, didn't have any coffee today at all.
She just walked out the door like this. She was like... Just walked in like that. No, morning.
No, really not with it today.
Oh, but you are now, aren't you?
I am now, yes.
I love that fabric because have we got one like later? A canvas fabric in that pattern, haven't we? Later.
Yeah.
This is so cute.
I know, isn't it sweet?
How difficult is it to make?
Not very difficult at all. It's
now I need to explain something here. Sammy has made this from her own pattern, from her own. So if you need any details about it, has it been? What's that? Why has it got a magazine underneath it there? Oh, OK, so it's not... Oh, I see, so you're going to write in the magazine. I see, it's not been in the magazine. But, so if you want the instructions of this pencil case, you don't get it down now and you don't catch it on YouTube later, then obviously you can just email in and Sammy will get the customer service to message back.
Yeah.
But we also have... of course, we're all into organisation in this one here. Well, there's so much going on in here. Have a look here, right? It's a pattern. Now, obviously, this pencil case hasn't come from this pattern, but we're all about organisation. This has got, in here, a message board / organiser with contrast packet... No, hang on, I'll start that again. Message board organiser, that's A. B is a contrast pockets organiser. C is an organiser. Well, anyway, you've got contrast clear vinyl pockets wall organiser. You've got all different things. Pin cushion organiser... drawstring organiser, all sort of basket organiser, all going on. You've got all of those you've got all of those patterns in there for £7.95. So if you're into organisation and everything, the pencil case that we're about to make isn't in there. If I just turn it round for you like this, I'll just show you here, look, down the bottom here. It's got all the different patterns across the bottom here. I'll move it across, there you go. All the different organisers and everything, all of those patterns are in there for £7.95. I'm going to spin it round. Well, it's up to the letter M, so whatever M is in the alphabet, that's how many patterns you've got there. Oh, no. All right, OK. So M, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. So that's 13, but then K has got 3 versions. That's 14, 15. So you're getting great value for money. There's loads of patterns in there. Loads of patterns, £7.95. But let's get...
Those McCall's craft patterns, I think, are always really good value for money. You always get loads in them, and obviously you can make them things over and over again with all different fabrics.
Yes,
I think they look amazing.
Exactly. But that's if you want a pattern of all different organisers like that. However, if you... I'll put this away. If you want to make a pencil case, like Sammy's, this is how you do it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I started off. I have made this before. It hasn't been in the magazine, but it was with a booklet that I made last year that came free with the magazine. Okay. So some people may have seen it before in there, which is where we used the template from, which obviously I've used before.
Right.
The one that we're doing has these elasticated pen loops, and then some little pockets to put your accessories and stuff in if you want to as well. But obviously you can choose to move that around however you want, make more pockets, less pockets, smaller pockets.
You could almost use it as a glamorous kind of wallet, couldn't you, as well? If you didn't have... Because you could put credit cards and store cards in that side.
Yes, make them all fit on one side.
Hannah's saying like a passport holder, put your passport in it as well.
Travel thing, that would be fine. That would work really well. So this is my template. So you can, you can phone into the call centre and they'll send you this.
Either ring the call centre or email them, and they'll sort that out for you.
So I use that to cut my interfacing, because obviously this is a little bit stiffer.
Yes.
So I've used our medium weight interfacing.
Medium weight, is it
sew-in? Yes. And what I've done is I've layered up a few layers to make it a little bit, firmer still.
Yes.
It's not super stiff, because some of them I think are a bit hard sometimes. So this one's not going to be super stiff, but stiff enough to hold its shape.
This is the sew-in interfacing by Hemline, 1 metre by £2.95. Add it to your order, because you've made lots of... You cut out about four layers.
4 layers, I think.
4 layers of it in there, but that won't take up the whole metre. You always have it in this, because you've got a box with interfacing in, haven't you, at home? £2.95. Excellent for your stash, that one.
Lovely. So I've cut that out to the same size as the template.
Right.
And then I've done the same with the outside fabric, the gorgeous Joel Dewberry fabric.
Yeah.
I've cut to the same size.
Right.
And then I've cut the lining in pink to coordinate.
Which is the magenta we showed you earlier.
Yeah, in the same size as well. So you've got your front and your back there.
So you've got an interfacing sandwich so far?
Yes, pretty much. So I'm going to take the outside one off.
No longer got a sandwich then?
No, not for a moment, because we want to do all the inside work first.
Of course, yes.
So we want to put the elastic and the pockets in place before we start. And obviously we don't want any of the stitching to show on the outside. So if we take the outside off just for the moment...
For the time being.
And we can put that on just before we put the binding and the zip in place.
Brilliant.
So I'm going to start with the pockets. And all I've done with these is I've cut 2 pieces, and I've been a bit sneaky and made sure that my prints line up.
Oh, get you.
So I've cut them so they match quite nicely. Obviously, we're going to put pink...
Can I just show you, because you're going to get the binding in between the two, but you've matched them up. Oh, that's fantastic.
Because I think it would have annoyed me if they were off.
If
they were a bit off bonk or something. I think it would have been.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
It would have annoyed me. So all I've done to the top of the pockets is used straight binding.
Which you made from the pink.
Which I've made from the pink. Yeah. So everything all coordinates beautifully. So I just cut I think it was a 5 centimetre strip, and then folded it edges to the middle, and then folded it over. And then I'm just going to pop that through the machine just to hold that in place.
That's the Spectrum Solid there, magenta, £3.25 for half a metre. And then the main fabric there you can see, £6.95, the Joel Dewberry. Really beautiful, geometric arbor fabric in mint, that is. Right, so are you just stitching it straight on?
Yeah, just a straight stitch just across the top to hold it in place. As usual, I'm using white thread so you can see it, but I would normally use a pink or something to match.
The thread. I quite like the fact it's in white on that one.
Well, because you've got the white in the...
Yes.
And the same with... We've used the white zip for the same reason, and the white elastic because it kind of brings in the third colourway.
And also it makes it look more designer, doesn't
well,
it?
it makes it look more intentional rather than white elastic can look a bit functional sometimes.
Yes.
But
well, any elastic looks functional, doesn't it, normally?
Well, they do make some pretty coloured ones now, but...
Oh, do they? Black and white in my day, and that was your lot. So you've made two... Now, the pockets you've made here look enormous compared to the ones in the actual...
Yeah, well, you're going to end up trimming quite a lot of them away. And obviously, you need to fold one edge over and things like that. Yes. So, yeah, I ended up making the pockets a lot larger and then trimming away. But obviously, if you want to be more economical and get more out of your fabric, then, yeah, by all means, make them to size. I'm always kind of the opinion I'd rather make something a little bit bigger and then trim it away than for it not to be quite big enough.
We can't make it bigger, that's the problem. You always make it smaller, you can't make it bigger.
It's a bit frustrating. Right, I'm just going to snip all those bits away.
Rose gold coloured scissors there that Sammy loves so much.
They were just left behind from Joe's show, actually.
Yes.
Thank you. Lovely, so that's your two pockets. There we go.
Now, on this one...
Yeah.
You can't see the stitching. You've stitched in the ditch, I think, on that one, have you?
Yeah, I think I turned it.
So it's up to you whether you do top stitch, I think, or you put your binding on and turn it over.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter which way around you do it. I mean, I think I used bias binding for those ones, just because I already had some cut, but straight binding works exactly the same way. So I'm going to line those up as closely as I can and make sure I'm happy with them against the...
Oh, yes, because you're not going to see all of that, are you? You're only going to see that much of the finished pocket, really,
Yes, yeah, so I'm going to move that over.
Oh, so again, you're doing it so that you get that pattern.
As central as I can.
Yes.
I mean, it's not going to be perfect.
No, but as long as it's not completely
you can take as much
off.
time as you want to make sure all that's lining up really nicely. There we go. And then I'm just going to use the ruler. I've got a fold down the centre line of my
lining.
The background, so I'm just going to draw that in place and then mark it with the pen.
Don't panic that you think she's putting brown felt pen. That's the ruler there, the 60 by 16 centimetre, £15.95. But is that the air erasable or the water erasable?
This is the water erasable.
Water erasable pen, so you can wipe it off.
It doesn't really matter. It's all going to get covered up anyway with this, so it's not the end of the world. So I'm just folding those under together where I've marked that line.
Right.
And then I'm just going to stitch a line of stitching down the edge.
You could almost just put it just slightly over the line, then you know the marking is underneath.
Underneath on the underside, yes. Although this does sponge away really easily, so... And obviously you're using interfacing. I think on the one that I did before we used card inside, which means that it's not washable.
On the one in the magazine?
The one in the magazine, whereas using the interfacing means that you can pop this in the wash if it gets you...
that's fantastic.
You know, if it gets mucky with pen marks and
Pen marks, or if you can use it for your makeup, or even just throwing it in your bag. I mean, I look at my glasses case sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
And I've thrown them in and out of my satchel and everything, and they're literally filthy.
They can get very dirty, so yeah.
So you're just top stitching down the sides now where you fold it in, are you?
Yes, just to hold it in. And you can if you want to not have stitching showing like we've got on that one, you can do a tacking stitch just to hold them in place. You don't have to do something that's permanent. But I quite like a bit of top stitching. I think it gives it a bit of detail sometimes.
Yeah. And also, it's just kind of sturdy, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and particularly with we've got the geometric fabric, so you've got your, lines and things are not going to look funny.
Yes.
Okay, so that's your two pockets.
Okay.
They're all sorted. I'm just going to pin those in place to keep them from moving about too much whilst we sort out the elastic on the other side.
Like you say, you can put... well, you've only put 2 pockets in, but if you wanted to put the whole of that side...
Yeah, you could make as many pockets as you want.
Yeah.
You can stitch the pockets in half, so the smaller pockets to hold smaller things.
Your rubber.
Yes, absolutely.
Eraser.
You could, if you wanted to put things for slightly deeper, like for instance a rubber or an eraser, if you just pop your fingers in to give you a little bit of height.
Oh yes.
You can, and then stitch down.
Yes.
So that gives you a little bit more volume in the pocket, and then you can just pop a little pleat at the bottom. So that gives you another option for making slightly deeper pockets. But obviously you do need to make sure that you've got enough, you've left enough fabric to do that. So you just might want to think about that before you start.
I think Hannah just passed out then when you did that. I don't know why. I just heard this, oh! And that's all I heard at the end of my earpiece. She still hasn't spoken
What did I
yet.
do wrong,
Hannah?
Hannah?
She's all right. She's all right, everybody. Who's messaging? Sue. Oh, that's a nice idea, Sue. Sue's mum does watercolours, so she's going to make a bigger one to take us paintbrushes and things like that out in.
Yes, again, you don't have to use this size. This is just an example.
Yeah.
Well, that's
a lovely idea, isn't it?
That is a lovely idea.
Unzip it and have all your brushes in there would be nice, wouldn't they? Or if you're a makeup artist, you could make it just big enough for all your brushes. Just do this all the way across.
Yeah, I've got one.
All your brushes.
I've got one that's very similar with mine. Mine folds in half. Yeah, folds in half that way, but it's got a tie on it rather than the zip all the way around. But again, yeah, it has all my brushes in it. So, or, crochet hooks or knitting needles. You can make it slightly longer and put your knitting needles in it as well.
Also, Hannah said she had one when she was little for her colouring in. When she went on holiday, taking her colouring crayons, wax crayons, her mum and dad.
Well, colouring in books are still very on trend, aren't they?
Well, we sell colouring in fabric, don't we?
We do,
so
yeah.
you know what I mean. I want that show next. I think it's lovely. Right.
Alrighty, so that's your pockets in place. Next, I'm going to pop the elastic in.
Right,
so
this looks complicated now, the elastic.
It looks complicated, but I promise you it isn't. It's just, this is the lovely loom elastic that we do. Again, this is the nice sturdy one. It's soft. Actually, I think it looks nicer because it's woven as opposed to the ribbed elastic that you get that shows on the inside.
And also that ridge one, I don't know if it's the same now. When I was younger, there used to be the little bits of shearing elastic. You could almost pull them out, couldn't you, if you cut the ends like you're doing now. So, we started the elastic. Here we go. Hemline, general purpose, polyester, knitted white... knitted, they call it?
Yeah, braided knitted.
A metre of it. It's an inch wide, 25 millimetres, £1.45. So I presume... Now, do we sell it by the metre then, or each piece cut?
Comes in a pack. So
with 1 metre in it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, there you go. So it's a pack with 1 metre. So if you buy 2 of them, you get 2 metres, but they're not joined together. It's just a metre's length, that's all.
Yes. It's good stuff, though. And it's nice because you don't have to decide how much you want then. You just buy a pack.
Yes.
It's so much easier. So I'm just going to pin the first bit in place. Trying not to pin myself.
Yes.
There we go.
Read a message about those. I'll tell you about the rotary cutters in a minute. I had those yesterday. They're a fantastic Mother's Day. We'll do them in a second.
Coordinates with the
I know. Oh, I've had an idea.
Oh, no.
You could make a rotary cut, make it a little bit holder, and you could have your rotary cutters in one.
Put your spare blades in the pocket.
And your spare blades in, yes. Oh, we're cooking on gas today,
aren't
we are. Sammy Claridge. Right, okay.
So I'm pinning both ends in place. I've folded the first end under because this is the bit that's going to show.
Yeah.
This is going to be hidden underneath the zip and the binding, so you don't have to worry about this end. And I've just left the central section open for now.
How much extra did you put in for your... Because obviously you need to... If that's... However long that is...
1.5.
1.5 times the amount.
Yeah, love how I check that. Yeah, 1.5. But again, depending on how and what you're going to be putting in it...
Yes, because if you're going to be putting these in...
You want to make sure that you've got enough. I mean, the best thing to do is to place them in and pop them in and then have them, and measure exactly what you want to put in. Obviously, if you're doing a pack of pens, you can leave them in the pack and measure them. But if you're doing unusually sized things, you want to make sure they fit nicely and snug. So you want to make sure you pull it a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
But not too tight, otherwise you'll be able to get them in and out.
Yes. Or they just fall out. If it was too loose, they'd just fall out, wouldn't they?
Again, because you've got the zip around this as opposed to just tying it, it does give that extra layer of security so that you don't have to worry too much about things sliding in and out without you taking them in and out.
Be nice when you go shopping as a purse as well, wouldn't it?
Well, I think so. I mean, this is the same technique that I use when I make purses. So.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to make sure I get this straight, because there's nothing more annoying than getting halfway along and realising that you're going wonky. And also when you're pinning.
Remember the fabric, excuse me, the fabric that Sammy's used here. The Joel Dewberry Atrium fabric is the main piece. And then that's £6.95 for half a metre. And then you've got the solid magenta. Sorry.
No worries. So that's it loose.
Yeah.
I'm just going to mark the centre by pulling it down and pulling the excess kind of as evenly as I can to one side, and then I'm going to pin the centre. Then I'm going to work my way out from the centre to the edges, doing the same so that all of mine are the same, even.
So you're doing this the pen version. This
yeah.
One. So you just halve it, then halve it again, then halve it again, then halve it again until you get the amount of... And
you don't have to be super accurate, because not all pens are exactly the same size. So.
No, of course. So you half, pin.
There we go.
Nice
and then if you want to,
pins for this as well,
yeah,
isn't it?
I'm not going to pin again, but I'm probably going to stitch again. But I don't want too many pins in the way, so obviously that's easy. There's not so much to worry about. But I will pop in and stitch in between those two down that line.
Will you stitch the ones that are pinned in first and then do the halfway?
No, I'll do it the other way round. So what I'll do first, because otherwise I'll go in and stitch these ones first.
Yes.
Because there's no pins in the way. And then I'll go back and take the pins out and do the other ones. Okay. But you see how nice and evenly spaced that's going to be without having to worry about it. So
that's what I'm going to...
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to do that now.
All right, then.
I'm going to pin... also, while I'm at it, once I've done those, I'm going to stitch all the way around to hold everything in place.
So it's only to hold it in place, it's not
just a tacking stitch. It's all going to be hidden underneath the binding and everything, so I'm going to do it really close to the edge.
Right.
I want to do the elastic first.
Okay. Do you need to do a special stitch on the elastic?
No, you don't need to. You just need to make sure it's secure. So I'll probably go all the way down, then back up again. So I'm doing a double stitch, and then obviously backwards and forwards a little at the beginning. Either that, or leave an extra long thread so that you can tie a knot neatly, pulling it to the back side, and then...
Okay. So we'll just watch you do that.
So you can see there, once I've put that in, that's kind of, again, nice and evenly spaced, and I'm just going to pop my needle down to make sure it's going in the right place. There we go, to the edge, and then back again. There we go. And then I'm going to leave the ends long.
Because?
Because then I'm going to pull them all to the back and tie a knot, so it's more secure. So I'll just move those out of the way and go back in and do the next one. Just manoeuvring that elastic around to make sure it's all in the right place first.
Okay, while you just do the next two of those, just do the ones without the pins, then we'll come back to you. I can't remember who it was that asked to look at the rotary cutter. It was who, sorry? Angela, my love. Here it is. It's lovely, isn't it? Make a lovely Mother's Day gift, this. It's Fiskars. It's a Fiskars. Now, it's got a safety catch on it. Look, so you can reveal the blade like that and then push it back again to secure the blade in there. It is the Fiskars Rotary Cutter Flower. Now, we decided yesterday they were poppies. We thought they were poppy flower designs. Now, it's a 45mm blade, which is what the side that all of our designers prefer to work with. With the safety shield, £13.95. Say that again, Hannah. Oh, is this going on Hannah's mum's list of things? Right now, if your mum loves geometric, we also do a geometric one as well. But this is lovely. We thought this was lovely with the flowers. £13.95. Perfect Mother's Day gift, isn't it? Or Easter. Or just, here's a present, Mum. £13.95. Add it to your order. OK.
Yes, we shouldn't have to wait for special days, should we?
No, that's what I was saying yesterday. I hate having to buy for something in particular. I'd rather go Oh, Sammy'd like those. I'll get those for Sammy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm like that. I try and buy little things for people.
I got Hannah an Easter egg today. It's nowhere near Easter.
I know,
right?
but it's so
I saw
cute.
I saw it when I was in York last month, and I thought, well, I'll get one of those. And I went to my local branch of the said shop, and they'd one left, and I thought, oh, I can't wait till Easter because there won't be any left. It's because it's an Easter egg that it looks like Hannah. It's a pink, it's a pink troll.
Just to be clear, Hannah doesn't look like a troll.
So I then said, here you go, I've just got your present. It just happens to be an Easter egg. She's like, can I open it now? Like, no, you've got to wait till Easter.
You have to wait till Easter. Yeah, absolutely.
She won't.
No.
Do you know what she does? She made the admission in prep this morning. When she eats chocolate at home, she shuts all the doors so no one can see her, and she sits in front of the telly eating her chocolate.
Well, then it's not real, is it? Calories don't count if no one can see you doing it.
Exactly.
All right, so I'm just using the thread to pull these through to the back. If I can get hold of this one. There's always one that's stubborn, isn't there?
Yeah.
All of them go
like
really
Hannah.
well.
That's the Hannah stitch, that one.
That one, yeah.
No, she's doing ever so well. She had her weigh-in last night. She's lost weight, even though she's eaten all that chocolate this week. She's doing very well. Very proud of her.
I'm going to cut that one away because it's being annoying.
OK.
There we go. So I pulled all the other threads through to the back, and I would normally, if I was doing it properly, sit and tie those all nicely into little knots. But
so you tie them to each other into a knot, so it's like finishing off the end of the seam then, really?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're just getting rid of all the excess thread. So it's all on the back, so you can see that's... I move everything out of the way.
Yes.
They're all nice and neat now, so we can take the in-between pins out.
But not the end
they're
ones.
all nicely stitched. No,
Is
not the end ones,
ones,
because I haven't stitched those in place. So I'm going to go back in now and stitch these in-between ones in the same way that I did the previous ones.
OK.
Folding it over.
And will you tie those off as well? In real life, you tie those off?
In real life, yes.
I'll just tidy up your pins for you.
Thanks very much, yeah. Cheers. I'm a very messy sewer. I did warn them before I started doing this. I said, I am messy. I do throw things on the floor.
That's why they employed me to tidy. They said, John, you've been employed to tidy up after Sammy.
You go on with Sammy. Poor Jay has to hoover up after me when I've been on every day.
Oh, Sonia, thank you for your lovely message. It's only because I want a piece of it. We're talking about the Easter egg now. You just tuned in.
I didn't know what we were talking about now.
Sorry. No, I don't do chocolate anymore. Don't do solid chocolate anymore. It's making me cough. I had this really bad cough for months and months and months. And I thought, oh, I'm really ill. And it turns out it was because I was eating things like chocolate or eating 2 hours before I went to bed. And it gives you kind of like an acid reflux, which makes you cough next day. And I think, this is my own personal opinion, I think Vanessa Feltz might have it. Because when I listen to her driving in the morning, and she has to keep going, I just have a little cough. And then she switched her microphone off and then switched it back on. Then, thank you, viewer. Listener, I've just had a cough. So I think maybe I'll ring her up and say, don't eat 2 hours before you go to bed. Or don't eat chocolate.
I'm not sure you'd appreciate don't eat chocolate.
Yeah, exactly. Betty says... Oh, Becky says...
Yeah.
Do you think this project is good for a beginner?
I think it is. I mean, I think this looks more complicated than it is. Obviously, you've got a zip going around a corner, which looks a bit complicated, but I'm going to show you a little tip for dealing with that in a minute.
But also, you could adapt it... Because it's not come from a real pattern. Well, no, it's not. I wouldn't say it's not a real pattern. But like you were saying earlier, you've got one at home that's got ties on it rather than a zip.
Yes, absolutely.
I have to admit, the zip would frighten me.
Yes, we're going around particularly going around a curve, and I think zips frighten a lot of people.
Full stop, terrifying.
But obviously, this is again. I'll show you the simple way to do it, but it's not too complicated. And yeah, there's no reason why you can't adapt it to your skills level. Absolutely. I mean, I sometimes do think that. Actual patterns, real patterns, do tend to make things a little overcomplicated sometimes because obviously they're trying to teach you lots of skills. Yes. And sometimes there are simpler ways around things that don't involve...
But that's what you're here for, to show us how to do it.
Absolutely.
Right, now you're just going to stitch around the outside of that pattern?
Yes, I'm just going to stitch the end of the elastic in place. I'm going to take one pin out at a time and then just stitch straight down. Just to hold those, and then I'm going to quickly sew all the way around.
Do you mind if I go off and do the fabric? Because you're not doing anything... There's nothing you're going to show us as you go around.
No, I'm just straight stitching.
And I promise you won't go on to the next stage without us, but lots of people ask you about the pattern and about the fabric. So, let's do the fabrics first, shall we? They're all lovely, aren't they? They're all gorgeous. Oh, there's the pattern you will be going to in a minute. We're doing the fabrics first. Starting with this one. This is Joel Dewberry. Love the colours. It's mint. It's atrium, this one. Oh, no, yes, the atrium range. Of course it is. Joel Dewberry Arbor fabric in mint from the atrium range. £6.95. Now, you've seen this. This is the one that Sammy is using to make her pencil case with. But think of all the other things you could use to make that fabric. You don't have to make a pencil case at all. I think it would make a really lovely summer skirt, that, because the geometric print, once you pleated it, is going to look really, really lovely in the pleats. That's £6.95, 100% cotton. Moving on to the next one, which is crystalline, I think, this one, isn't it? I think it's called crystalline because I think it's like the structure of a gemstone, this one, or the crystalline features. Now, what gemstone is it, Hannah, that grows in long, thin... It's a tourmaline, isn't it? Joel Dewberry crystalline fabric in mint tourmaline, there you go, mint tourmaline, atrium range, ½ metre, £6.95. I love that one. I do love that print. That's very... I can see those two prints going beautifully together, I have to say. If you made an outfit of those two prints, I think they'd look lovely. Now we can move on to the herringbone. Now, the herringbone, we've got it today in the two different colours. We've got it in carrot, which you're going to see first, and then the poppy. I love this fabric because it's herringbone. It looks like hand-drawn herringbone, doesn't it? But it's got that depth to it as well, hasn't it? Again, that's going to look lovely pleated if you're going to make something with pleats in it. £6.95 for ½ metre. It's called the Joel Dewberry herringbone in carrot. This is from the Flora range, this one. I don't quite know what that's got to do with flowers. Is it meant to be tree bark or something like that? I'm not really sure. Anyway, moving on. Oh, hang on, Sammy's got an idea.
It's a geometric representation of leaves, I think.
It's a geometric representation of leaves.
Yeah, that's what I read on the website.
That's what?
That's what I read on the website.
Oh, OK.
So it's like the stem and then the veins on a leaf.
Oh, I see it now you're mentioning that.
Yeah.
I'm not in total agreement.
I didn't design it. I'm
I
just
love
saying
the
that's what I
fabric.
read.
No, if you're going to look at that, though, it looks more like a feather, geometric feather,
Yes,
doesn't it? That's right.
yeah.
Joel Dewberry herringbone in poppy, this one, in the Flora range, £6.95 for ½ metre. Again, I love that colour. That's my favourite of the two, the poppy one there. And then, now, at the bottom of the page, this isn't a page, bottom of the A-frame, this is one of our Spectrum solid colours. Always, always, always popular. We sell it in a huge variety of colours. This is it's magenta, they call it. Now, obviously, it's not magenta in real life. It's just the name they've given to it. It's more of a bubblegum pink, that one. Now, that's £3.25 for ½ metre. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic value for money. And it's very stashalicious, as somebody said the other day. And I've stolen that word now. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Just for your stash. Even if you're not going to use it for any of the makes we're doing today, brilliant to have in your stash. Now, this pattern. Last time we showed a pattern like this, it completely and utterly sold out. You get so many options. M+2. It's a message board organiser, storage bins, accessory sewing pattern. £7.95. Look on the front there. You've got so many things. Oh, I can't read the back because I haven't brought my glasses with me. Everything you need for your workroom or your child's study room, maybe, because those file holders, you see, in there, there are so many different patterns in there. I'll just spin it round for you like this so you can see the back of it. And if you look along the bottom of the pattern, you look on the bottom of the pattern there, you can see, oh, there you go. Just all of those. Keep going. Oh, I can move it. That's all of those. There's all of those in that one pattern pack for £7.95. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. I'd get it. And now, you say McCall's are always good value for money, don't you, Sammy? Brilliant. £7.95. Right, I'm going back now. Going back now. See the next stage of the pencil case. So all you've done is stitch around the outside.
Yeah, I haven't even stitched all the way. I've just stitched a few bits just to hold it in place. Yeah, like I would again if I was doing it at home in my own time. I probably would just tack it by hand.
Okay.
But it's just to hold everything in place.
Yes.
I'm just popping the last piece of elastic in. Making a proper mess today.
You're making a right old mess today.
My mum would say there's nothing unusual about that.
Oh. Oh, who has? Rosie's come up with a good idea.
Yeah.
She's going to make two, a matching set. one for crochet needles.
Yes.
And one for knitting needles and bodkins and things like that.
Perfect.
Fantastic. Oh, that's a good idea.
Perfect ones for that. I mean, if you're not afraid of zips, you could make these little zipper pockets.
Exactly.
No
Oh, that'd be even
not.
better if you're doing loose change. If you're using it as a wallet or a
so
purse.
you can make a little zip pocket
because
instead.
you could make them, because your sewing room is all... haven't you just decorated it in nice colours, you know what I mean, sort of thing?
Mine is all this,
all these colours, so you can make it to go with you. Mind you, you don't want to lose it. You put it down somewhere and think, oh, well, what's that? But you know what I mean? If you use the colours for your workroom, that's nice.
Match it
when
to
you
it.
take them out of the workroom, we'll have them in the workroom.
Yes.
So what are you doing now?
I'm just stitching down the pockets, and I'm using the line of stitching that we used before.
Right.
So I'm just going over that top line of stitching so that all of my interior sections are all sewn in place, neat and tidy. So that when we go to do the zip, then nothing's going to move around. It's all going to stay put.
Yeah.
Again, pulling my threads through to the back to get them all out of the way and nothing showing on the front. Don't worry, everyone, I will go back and tie them all off later, probably.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So that's all your elastic is now in place, nice and neat and tidy. The edge is held in place, and your pockets are now held in place as well. So nothing's going to flap about when we're trying to attach the zip and
I've
then
got one
the binding.
question that make me a devil's advocate now. This one's got a spine.
Yes, you can make it with a spine or without a
Stitched in,
spine.
yeah.
Doesn't matter. You can do that as well if you want to.
That's right. Just in case you've forgotten it.
No. Just doing this as a flat version rather
In
than
other
a...
words, shut up, John.
No, that's fine.
Right.
I do forget things, you know
I like
I
yours
do.
better, though. I like that one better.
Well, the thing is, this one's going to be a slightly flatter version. Obviously,
Yes.
that one's going to have slightly more stuff in it. So the next
Oh,
step
right.
is
I'm
the
going to be
zip.
quiet now while you do this and learn. Look and learn, John.
So I'm gonna open the zip out entirely in half.
Right.
Okay, so I've opened it out into half, and I'm going to pop this. I'm also going to do the zip the other way around. I'm going to put the zip to the bottom.
Right.
There we go, that way around. And then I'm going to start at this top edge. I'm going to fold the top edge of the zip over diagonally to make it neat and tidy at the end. There we go, you can see.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
How do you know what length zip to buy?
I've got it written on the pattern.
Oh, okay.
But if you're unsure you want to make it bigger,
Yes.
all you need to do is to measure all the way around one edge,
Yes.
obviously, and then add an inch or an inch and a half,
Okay.
2 inches, depending on what your measurement is, because obviously zips, although they do measure them metrically, only come every 2 inches.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
So
okay.
they come,
Okay.
8, 10, 12, 46, although you can get 9, again, awkward, but... like everything in haberdashery, it comes. There's a rule, but then they break it.
Yes.
For fun.
I suppose the 9-inch rule's for the size of a skirt, is it? Or side
yes.
seam?
Well, invisible zips come in 9 inches.
Okay.
Again, yeah, for the side of a skirt. Yeah. Some of them come in 8. Depends on the brand. It's
Okay.
very
I'll be
complicated.
quiet.
More complicated than necessary, really. I'm going to use my Wonder Clips.
Well, only because I was only saying that because coming from a dressmaking background, you know that on most people, the biggest part of your hip is 8 inches down from your waist.
Yes.
So if you have a 9-inch zip on the side of a skirt, it's going to open up to the widest part of a lady's hip, as it were, to get the skirt on. If it's a tight skirt, if it's a pencil skirt.
Yes.
Okay, so you Wonder Clip it, and we've got Wonder Clips.
Yeah.
There they are, £7.95 for 10 of them. And what you're doing is you just literally...
I'm pinning the raw edge to the raw edge. Obviously, I'm going by the raw edge of my interfacing, not the raw edge of my fabric, because I haven't trimmed it away.
Right.
Because that's where we're going to stitch it to, and we want it to be straight. Now, what I'm going to do when I get to the corner, this is where I'm going to give you a little tip. Obviously, it's a bit tricky because it's going to, it's kind of flapping about a little bit. And, when you go around the corner, it's going to look a bit funny, and it's going to stand up, and it's going to be a bit awkward to stitch.
Yeah.
So, controversially, I'm going to pop some snips into the edge.
Oh, right, okay.
Of the zip tape.
You'd think they'd have round zips, wouldn't you? Or curvy zips, bias zips.
I don't know if that would interfere with the coil, though, because obviously the coil that
Well, it must
the
do,
teeth
because
are
otherwise
on.
somebody would have invented them,
I'm sure someone would have done that by now, but this is a very simple solution if you don't want to. So I've just popped some snips in the side there, and I don't know if you can see that, but
perfect.
now it just when you push it down, it pushes itself out to the edge by itself.
Oh.
I'll show that a bit better. I'll just pin this side in
Controversial.
place. Well, yeah, I don't know if it is controversial, but snipping into the edge of a zip is not very...
All right, I'll just go home.
If I no, well, yeah, sorry.
So you carry on. You're the expert.
I'll just show you that so you can see there a bit better.
If it's not controversial, what would you say it was? Time-saving? No.
Snipping into the edge of a zip is controversial.
Yes, thank you.
There we go. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do that on all 4 corners.
Yeah, do it on the next one in case we missed it on the first one.
Yeah, I'll do it again. I'm going to run out of wonder clips in a moment.
Is
too.
that I've got some here. Pin cushion for wonder clips. Is it made specially for wonder clips?
Yeah.
Have you done that on a show without me?
No.
Okay. Well,
I did it backstage. This was the fabric left over from one of the shows I did do with you.
With me, yeah.
But I just made it because we didn't have a pin cushion for wonder clips. And taking them off the packet's a little bit annoying.
Yeah, this is the packet yours will arrive as. Oh, Hannah's not happy.
So I think my friend, my Instagram friend, Studio Lou, I think this might be her pattern, but...
Which one?
I'll look that up. The pin cushion, the pattern for the pin cushion.
It's just a pin tucked. We'll do this one day because we sell the wonder clips, and it's like and we're not making it now, but obviously it's a pin cushion with big pin tucks on it. So you can take that one. So you can put your because once you've opened the packet, you don't want them just in a bowl, do you? You want them all ready to use them.
Yeah.
That's nice. Oh, we'll do that one day. We'll definitely do it. Who was your friend? What's she called?
Lou.
Lou. Hello, Lou. Oh, somebody else wants to see the rotary cutter because I'm going to buy it for Mother's Day gift. I'll show it you in a second.
All right, so I've got to the centre section.
Yeah.
So I'm just popping the zip tag back down so that I know my spacing is going to work out well, and then carry on.
So you're going to have to stitch it in 2 sections, are you? Then?
Yes.
And
what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at the top here and stitch round and then round.
Go around again.
Yeah.
Okay. While you're doing that,
preparation is key for this part. So
yes, this lovely Fiskars rotary cutter.
Cool.
Lovely gift for Mother's Day. It's called the floral design. This one, Fiskars rotary cutter, flower fashion design. Excuse me, 45mm blade with the safety shield, which I'll show you in a second.
Sorry.
Oh, right. There you go. There's the safety catch. I'm just doing it very quickly. Hannah's mum and her best friend, she's called Sharon. Sharon's her mum. And the lady next door give each other gifts, Christmas and New Year and Easter and things like that. And they're always sewing themed.
Oh, that's nice.
Neither of them can sew. They just do sewing themed. They can, I'm only joking. I'm trying to make Hannah sound interesting. Send me a picture of her window open over there going, John, I'm having a blow through. So
that's what I'm going to do when I get home too. Okay, so then we come back to the middle. So again, I'm going to fold that over.
Yeah.
Diagonally, if I can. Not diagonally. There we go. That's it. I'm all right, thank you.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Don't use any more. Well, I've taken them off the packet now. I've put them on there. The pattern is very, very popular, I mean to tell you. But I'll go through that again. Oh, there it is. Now, the purse or the pencil case that Sammy's making is not out of there. We just thought they were ideally teamed. That's organisation, like message board, organiser, storage bins.
I'd love to make this in this, and the magazine files I'd make in the same fabric, because then I could store my sewing magazines.
Yes, yeah.
And it would all match.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I've done all the way around, I think. Right. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, preparation is key. I've clipped it all the way round. I've clipped all the corners on my zip to make it smooth, and then I'm just going to sew with my zip foot, which I'm going to change in a moment.
I was going to say, you haven't got a
all
zip
the way
foot
around.
on
No,
yet.
I have. I've got it in here.
Well, watch you do that, because it'll be interesting how you go around the corners.
Very, very slowly.
Well, we've got about 11 minutes, so we're fine.
Yeah, that's all right.
What's all those bits for, have they? They're just leftover bits that you haven't cut
Yeah.
out? All right.
Thought they were just pretty.
Right, so you put the zipper foot on, which obviously everyone will have because most sewing machines come with the zipper foot.
Yeah, particularly when they've got a snap-on feet, which these ones, all the owners do, and actually most modern machines have the snap-on feet now.
Yeah. Are those for me to put away then?
Well, if you want to. I was going to do it, but yes.
Different pin cushions there. We seem to do a different pin cushion every day, don't we? I think Jay makes them at night time and brings them in.
Like a little ball.
That's why he's always late. So...
All right, so I'm wedging this in here nicely.
Starting where?
Starting at the base, so you're the opposite side.
Oh, here?
Yeah, starting at the base. Because that's the smoothest section. Oh, actually, no, I wasn't going to. I was going to start over here, wasn't I? It doesn't matter where you start. Okay. But, yeah, if you start up here, you have to break off, which is fine. I can do that,
That's right, because obviously this finished one's got binding on it, you see, so you're not going to see... We're stitching round this edge here. That's not basically... You said slowly. That's not slow.
The straight bits don't have to be slow. The corners need to be slow. So this is the corner. So I am going to be gentle going around the corner. You may find you may find at this point that your zip starts to you may have got a little bit extra on your zip where you've gone around the corner, but that doesn't matter. You can just move that up as you go.
Ease it through.
Yeah. And again, it doesn't matter how straight your stitching is at this point either if you're a bit nervous about it, because you're going to be covering it up with the bias binding, which is better. You see it start to get a little bit rocked now, so I'm just going to move my next clip out and pull the zip up a little bit tighter. There we go.
Well, so let you do the other corner, and then I'll have lots of people asking about the pattern, so I'll just get you around that corner.
If you're nervous about doing the if you're nervous about doing the corners, you don't have to do it by... Obviously, I've got pedal control. I've been using a machine for years, but you could go round by hand. You know, you could hand crank the corners if you're not sure.
But also, if you're going to put a binding on it, you could hand stitch... If you're really, really nervous about it, you could hand stitch it in, couldn't you? Because then you're going to bind it in a little
absolutely,
while. So if you've hand stitched in, it's solid in its place.
Yeah.
Oh, I do apologise. Then me talking about my cough earlier. Right. Well, I'm going to let Sammy carry on with that, because you've seen her do 2 corners.
Yeah.
Right, so many questions about this pattern. Last time we showed you one similar to this, not this one, completely and utterly sold out. Have a look, it's a McCall's craft pattern. It's an organising pattern, really. The pencil case that Sammy's making isn't in here, but what you have got in here is an organiser, like a message board organiser. Then you've got drop organisers hanging from that you hang from the wall or the back of the door. You've then got pocket organisers. You've then got like those magazine rack organisers in large, medium... Oh, actually, let me turn it round so you can see. Large, medium and small along the bottom here. Just have a look at the bottom there. We're coming in now. Remember, this whole pattern, all of these are included in that. I'll move across. There you go. £7.95. So all of these patterns are in there. If you're thinking of doing up your workroom, a brilliant way of kind of organising or updating your workroom. You know, like in your sitting room when you do new cushions and covers and antimacassars. People still have antimacassars. And things like that. Everyone's gone to me, what's an antimacassar? I'll tell you about that in a minute. But if you just want to update your sewing room, then you can just make these in all new, fresh fabrics. Got all the instructions, got all the pattern pieces, all the layouts. Everything's very clear. It's a McCall's. Look at that. Look at that, the layout. So what you do is if you're making the pin cushion, if you're making organiser K, if you're making pockets, wall organisers, it's all in one packet for £7.95. Now, an antimacassar, my nan used to have them on her sofa, and we all sort of have them because I bet you've got quilts thrown over the back of your sofa, haven't you?
Yeah.
See, or throws. You see, an antimacassar was something that sat on the arm of your chair. I've got them on my sofa. And they're the ones that they slide on over the top of the arm, so it's the same shape as your arm, but it's where... So if you get it dirty, if you've got grubby, or if you've got, like me, cats that sit there like this watching the telly with you, and they've got dirty paws, you take those off, you wash those, you don't have to wash the whole cover. And in the old days, I tell you what it's from in the old days, when men used to have brill cream or other... I don't know what you'd call it, that brill cream, like oily things in their hair, and they'd sit like that. You could just wash the antimacassar rather than dirtying up the chair. See? There's no antimacassar in there, but I might do it. Well, no, you couldn't do an antimacassar pattern anyway, because it depends on the size. You could do straight ones, I suppose, but on the size thing. Anyway, loads are coming through for this pattern. £7.
I'm sure McCall's do a pattern with antimacassars.
Oh, do they?
I think we do.
Hannah, write that on the list for me to look at later. Antimacassars. No, they would. They would, definitely. Because you make contrast ones for your sofa. Yeah. Anyway. Hannah saying no, do you buy an antimacassar? I think they would. I
think they would, yeah.
I think they... Yes, she's... What
we
does
used
she know?
We used to get asked for them so much when we used to have the shop on the high street.
See?
People used to come in and ask for them all the time.
Because you can do them in lace as well. You can do them like a doily fat... Anyway, we're not doing antimacassar today. John, stop it. Stop it. We'll carry on. I'll get carried away with me antimacassar. I just don't love the name.
There we go, yeah, antimacassar.
Well, it must be... So the stuff in your hair must be called macassar. Because it's an antimacassar, isn't it?
Oh, that's probably what it was, you know,
anyway.
I reckon. So there we go. So you can see I've just stitched all the way around, stitched the zip in place, so when you can now zip it all the way up.
Fantastic. What's about this bit here, then?
Always, that's the little tag, so you can pop a little bit of fabric on the outside, so it's easy to grab.
Yes. Oh, that's like your little one to carry it with, yeah.
Yes.
Brilliant. So, but...
But what?
We've only got about 5 minutes left.
I know, I might not get a chance to get the bias all the way around.
Well, no, we can just show how it works, though, can't we?
So at this point, because everything else is in place, I'm going to pop the back on. And then I'm going to take my bias binding, which, again, I've cut.
Remember, it's Joel Dewberry fabric. There's the Arbor fabric in mint. It's lovely, it's very popular. Oh.
You're right.
Yes, I thought there was something coming towards me then. I thought it was Hannah's dream. Hannah dreamt about a big snake last night. I thought that was the snake coming towards me.
No, this is just
so it's bias binding you've made.
So I've used the plain fabric again, so it all matches in beautifully. Magenta, and I've used the bias binding makers just to fold the edges over.
We sell bias binding makers.
We do. And again, you can either put it on the traditional way, so you can stitch it on one side and then fold it over, or you can do what we did with the pockets. And just...
What size bias binding? I've got them both.
This is the 25, the one that I used for this.
Which one?
25, this, yeah.
This is the 25.
That's my favourite.
Now, if the iron was out, I'd show you how to make this. But you basically cut a bias strip, you pull it through. As you pull it through there, it curls it like that, and you iron it as you're going through. So it looks like shop-bought bias binding, but you can make it in exactly the colour that you want. These are a must for any workroom. That's the 25mm one there, £11.95. Or you've got the 12mm one there for £10.95. OK, time moves on.
Lovely, that's OK. So, again, I'm just going to... You're right.
Oh, it's all right. They're doing something to me up there today.
Hannah's
either making funny noises or Michael's throwing things on the floor.
All right, and then I'm going to...
full of tantrums. He's that kind of person.
Tantrums. No time for tantrums here.
You know what? If you travel in the trains, you have antimacassars on the back. They do paper ones on the back of...
Yeah, aeroplanes as well.
Virgin trains, the ones I cut. I was only in first class. Oh. Well, how would I know that was there?
On aeroplanes, then.
On aeroplanes,
even
there you go. On aeroplanes, they have paper ones, don't they?
Class,
anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll be quiet about antimacassars now. I'll get into trouble about that now.
I'm sure a lot of people will.
I'm going to do an antimacassar show. That's it now.
Yeah.
Do you want to do it with me?
Yeah.
All right, then.
Let's do it.
They might fight. The others might want to do it as well.
Well... They should have thought about it.
Yeah. So hang on. So you're just putting the bias binding now around the edge, so just the edge of it comes to the teeth of the zip.
Yes, I'm doing the quick way. I'm going to stitch over the top, so it's top stitched in place, as opposed to sewing it one side and then folding it over. Yeah,
but I think because it's going to take a lot of wear and tear, isn't it? Every time you zip it and unzip it, zip it and unzip it.
Yes.
I think sometimes it's nice to top stitch on, then it's solid and you know it's there and everything.
Yeah, and also because I've done top stitching on the zip, on the pockets for this as well. Not bias binding doesn't always... I mean, the reason we've used it is because I've curved the edges. But again, if you wanted to square off the edges and make it square, you could do that too. Obviously, you just need to be careful with your zip going around.
Well, I was going to say, how do you do a square zip on a corner?
Well, you just...
Fold, the same sort of thing?
Yeah, you just kind of fold it and mitre it over, so it's not a problem. You can, it makes it a bit
more... Oh, you mitre it rather than snip it?
Yeah. But it makes it a bit more awkward to get it, to do it round the corner. Again, I'm doing this quite loosely because probably when I stitch round it's going to stretch a little bit and manoeuvre. So I'm just doing it very loosely and I'm just going to stitch round and manoeuvre it in place whilst I'm stitching.
That's the bias binding maker that we've used. Let me just move that away. That's the bias binding maker that we use, or Sammy's used there. The 25mm one. And, I've only got 2 minutes left. And this pattern is so popular, I can't tell you. The pattern is £7.95. You do get so much in there. No antimacassars, unfortunately, but that's another day.
Yeah.
That's the graphic at the bottom, not the top graphic, not £11.95. No, £7.95. Do you know what? For £11.95, you wouldn't be at all surprised when you get all of those patterns in there. £7.95.
I'm just going to stitch.
Have you got your zipper foot on still? Yes.
I haven't. No, I've moved over to my other one because what I want is I just want it to be super flat, and you don't need to because you're not going so close to the zip that you need your zip footer.
Right.
Zip footer.
Zipper foot.
Zipper foot in place to do this. You just need to have it your flat foot.
Okay, while Sammy's doing that, you're back in an hour. Oh, we're doing a backpack.
We are.
Amazing canvas fabrics. Yeah. Really, really beautiful
the reason
canvas
I'm wearing
fabrics.
The swans
yes,
today.
Exactly. We've got the swans one that well, it's a pattern like Sammy's blouse, but it's in canvas. But we've also got this lovely one, this antlers, like stag antler one. The rotary cutter, remember, that I showed you, the floral rotary cutter earlier, ideal for a Mother's Day gift. It's lovely, £13.95 for the Fiskars floral design. There you go, £13.95. It's lovely, it's got the safety shield and everything, and I love it. How feminine and delicate is that? £13.95. Right,
there you go.
I've got 45 seconds just to show you.
I'll take it out so you can see.
Yeah, you can finish
it
that
off
in your
later.
break. Yeah. I don't see any raspberries, Jay. Oh, I do, actually. I do see raspberries.
So there you go. So that just gives you a nice top stitch to match the edge there. Again, I've used white stitching, but you can use pink again if you're not super unsure. But I think it looks really cute, though.
OK, and then this is the finished item.
Yeah.
Really lovely pencil case. Now, Jo Carter is up next. We're doing an owl. Oh, it's in that lovely fabric. Isn't that fabric gorgeous?
Cute.
And I love all her animals because they've all got characters, don't they? But she doesn't do names. Anyway, don't go anywhere. Get yourself a cup of tea. Get yourself some nibbles. And we'll see you in 3 minutes from now with Jo Carter and the most cute little owls. Not penguins, owls.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order. Or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
My name's Jo. I'm predominantly a soft toy designer, but I also do some quilting and smaller scale sewing projects. I began sewing with my mum when I was really small, so it's something that's always been around at home. But then I worked for 10 years as a soft toy designer. I like to sew for different moods, but generally I like to make bears, teddy bears. Go back to the old faithful stuff. With soft toy making, my top tip would always be to base things in place first. So just some stitches just to hold things in position before you do the seam properly. So within the seam allowance, just arms and legs and things, base them in place where they want to go. And when you're happy with that, then sew the seam. The favourite item that I've made probably is a panda mini quilt. It combines quilting, which I love, but also because it has pandas in and I get to put different facial expressions on them. That's always my favourite part of finishing a toy and giving it a face and giving it some personality and a smile. That project sort of combined both aspects of sewing, quilting and toy making, and they sort of came together in that project, and I'm really pleased with it. I think I'm really looking forward to the tips and finding out clever techniques about doing things and just seeing how other people work and getting to see other people's work and being inspired by it. There really is a great community around sewing, and it's very supportive, and there's a lot of sharing of techniques and tips and ideas, and it can just be really inspirational.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter! I can't tell you how gorgeous this fabric is. Oh, there's a gorgeous. Oh, have I lost my... Oh, I think I might have lost the gallery. Oh, I'll talk about this in a minute. Look at these fabulous fabrics. Look at these incredible, incredible fabrics. You need to look at them close too, because I just need to do this, Jay. Aren't they just the most exquisite fabric? I wish you could feel them. I wish you could feel them, because... they have the most incredible squidgy softness. They're just out of this world. I'll fix it, Doreen. No, not that end. Sorry about that. Keep looking at the fabric. Keep looking at the fabric there. I'll just get myself sorted while you look at these. That goes in that end there. That's it. Really, really, really beautiful, soft. When we start this project, now, if you saw us make the owls earlier, not the owls, the whales earlier, it's the same fabric, but in different colours. You could get more of this fabric now. Have I got them back? Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. It's this. I know you're not supposed to do this, but they're just exquisite. And look what we're making. Look what we're making. They're cute. I just love them. Have these got names? No. Oh, look. This one's got an addition. Oh, hang on. Where's it gone? This one's got a pocket. And this one... has got, are they little feathers? They weren't there in prep this morning.
No, I did those in between shows.
Oh, I love that. Right, come with me, because I need you to get... You need to get, if you want the pattern for these, I'll give you a couple of seconds. Get yourself a pen and a piece of paper, or get ready to take a screenshot of the telly. Get ready to take a screenshot of your telly. I'm going to walk over there now, because here it is. Now, look, how you do this is, if you want the pattern for these... Oh, I can't read that on my telly. Download the OWL instructions and templates for free. So what you need to do... can you see that? Can you write that all down? It's www.lovepatchworkandquilting.com. Or you go to the second one. Now, on my telly... Oh, there, I can see it on that one. www.lovepatchworkandquilting.com/how-to-quilt/hoot. Can you see it? Take a screenshot of your telly. That's the best way. I'm sorry about that. It's only because we were desperate to do these last night. And that's where you need to go to get the pattern. We didn't have time to print them up for you. That's where... But, you know, is that long enough? I'll bring it back up again. Don't worry. I'll bring it back up again several times during the show. We just wanted to do these so much, and we didn't have time to print it for you. Completely for free. Now, you know, sometimes you pay for a pattern like that. The pattern is completely and utterly for free. It's your pattern, isn't it?
It is. It's one of mine.
Right. They're so cute. They're so lovely. And I love that you've picked these two... Oh, dear, I have to get Jay to tighten those fabrics up. You've picked two very tonal fabrics, but you can do them in purple and red, or pink and purple, couldn't you? All the different colours. I love them. So, is this here for you? I'll just put that to one side. Let's start.
OK.
First of all, I'll ask a question. If when they get the pattern, if they want to do the pocket, is that on the pattern as well?
The pattern includes the pocket, but I thought, just in case somebody thought
didn't want
maybe...
to do the pocket.
Yeah, didn't want a pocket on it, or maybe thought, oh, they'd like to keep it nice and simple, well, maybe first go at the pattern. I kept this one plain, so I've not added the pocket, and then... In the break, I thought, oh, wouldn't it be nice?
But the thing is, as we've seen from the whale show, people like to make families of your animals. Do you know what I mean? So if you made these in different colours, you don't want them necessarily all to have a pocket. Then you could have different ones, and they could do different their own different customisation. And also, if you missed the eyes... we didn't get time to do the eyes in the 8 o'clock show. We will definitely do eyes in this show, won't we? OK. And the which one? Hannah wants to know how to do what? The beak. Oh, yeah, the beak. Oh, yeah, of course we'll do the beak. And look, this is what I love about all of Joe's toys. They've all got little added extras that you really wouldn't think of. Do you know what I mean? Really cute. And they've obviously got... Oh, no. It's got a flat bottom. I was going to say, obviously, got a boxed-off bottom. But it's got a flat bottom. Normally, it's a boxed-off bottom, isn't it, on your toys? Right, let's go. Let's make these. OK. Right, now, this is the... is this the aqua here, then? This is the aqua fabric, and this is the beige. I hate that word. Beige. It's a lovely beige. I'd have called that mink or something like that. I would have called that. Anyway. Let's make them. Let's get it done. OK. Well, with pattern, I would start off, as always, with cutting out all the pieces. But the one piece I wouldn't cut out would be the front section, the front body piece. Only because when adding an applique section to this, I have an example here. All right, then. This is what we were talking about, the face, the heart-shaped face at the front there. The face is a felt piece, and it fits on there. But if you cut your front piece out, this has a tendency, especially on top of the pile, which is slidey and smooth, to slip as you're sewing it. And this one I put on straight, and as you can see, it has slipped slightly to one side. Yes. But I've appliqued that onto a piece that's slightly larger than I want. Oh, and then I can use that on the other side. I've folded this in half and traced the face piece around it to get that central. Right. And cut that out, so I can use that as a guide. But all of these pattern pieces... They're all come with the pattern. Now, with the whale, we had an arrow for nap. I presume, as you're using this fabric again, there'll be an arrow for nap, will there? Yeah. A whole pile of the fabric. Right, the felt that you've just used there for the face, that's... when I saw this earlier, because they said you said to me it was got a felt face. Yes. But this doesn't feel like normal felt. This is like luxury felt, It's a wool felt, so it's quite fluffy and... Yes, it's not as flat, can you see? So you get... what you get is you get 3 sheets. Each sheet 60 by 60. That's loads. It is. Loads of felt in there. 3 sheets, 60 by 60, £10 and 95 pence. In the white, that one is. Trim its wool felt in the white. That's lovely. OK, let's carry on. So I'd put that on there. I just pin it in place, and either... On one of them, I straight stitched around the edge twice. That gives one finish. And then I used a deep zigzag around the other one. So OK, that's the one you've done, the blue one you've done the deep zigzag. And the beige, let me move them in. You've done a straight stitch on the beige. Yes. Lovely. And I like the way you've done the stitching in, like not a contrast colour. It matches in with everything, but it's not hidden. You haven't hidden it. You've made it as a feature. Made a feature of it, yeah. So the fabric is Shannon Solid Cuddle. And this is aqua. This little owl here is aqua, and this little owl here is beige. But I'll take you through all the other colours in a minute. So using my pattern piece, and I've marked out and cut out where I want the face felt piece to lie. OK, using one of our washable markers or... damp, wipe, clean. Now, earlier, you might not have been watching earlier, but earlier Joe mentioned that before you left your full-time job, and a lot of the toys that you make are out of this fabric. Why is that? It's really versatile. You can get really good shapes with it. Don't get lost under the pile. So it's got that fur and that really soft feel, but you can keep an outline to a toy. And it's washable. It's washable. 30 degrees in a washing machine, or hand wash it. And it doesn't shed, and it's lovely fabric. And also, it feels gorgeous. It does. I mean, you can do all the technical terms. I can just tell you, it feels absolutely gorgeous. So you're cutting out now the front... This is the front section. I've done all the other sections. They're all ready to go, but I just wanted to show how... Yes. Because it can be infuriating trying to fit the face on, and it just ends up on... Yes, exactly. So you cut the front panel out after you've put the face... Yes. The actual base face, but you haven't done any embroidery yet, have you? Because you'll do that later, will you? You could do it at this point. Well, I'd trim it out, and then I would do it before I stitched it in. So should I do the face? It's up to you. You do it the way you would do it, because it's your pattern. You do it the way you would do it. Because I know you like to have stuffing, you know, to be able to get your hand in and everything when you're doing embroidery, don't you?
I do. In this case, though, because the felt will hold the face in place,
yes.
I would just, before I stitched it, I would just embroider the face on. But I like to get all the pieces.
You saving that?
I might do.
All right, then. Jo's the queen of saving bits of fabric, so even pieces like this, she's got a little stash. I'll put them in my little stash box here, ready for it, not in the bin. Right. That, OK.
So I tend to start by doing all the bits that have to be sewn in. I like everything ready, and then I can just put it together.
Didn't we have this conversation the other day? Because I do, like when I'm doing cooking, which is very rare these days, but I put everything in little bowls. Like, so if it says chop up the chilli, I chop up the chilli in a bowl, chop up the strawberries, whatever. And so they're all there, and then I pretend in my kitchen that I'm doing on a cookery show. I'll just take it over to the cooker. Anyway.
So I will...
What are you making next, then?
These are the pieces for the tail. I've already stitched a wing, so I'll do the other one. Save time. I've done one already.
All right. But these wings are different to the... Oh, we never got an answer to flippers or fins earlier, did we, on the whale? You didn't put stuffing in the flipper/fins earlier, did you?
I didn't.
But these have definitely got a bit of stuffing in them, haven't they, these wings?
They have, but the tail hasn't.
Oh. And you think the tail would have, because you'd want it to be... You'd want it to support it, to sit up, but because it's got a flat bottom, I don't suppose you need to. Why didn't you pad the tail? I suppose... No, you don't need to, do you? Look. Have owls got feet? Oh, they must have. Hang on, what a stupid question is that, Tom? I think I need some time off. Because you could put little feet, the same as your tail. If you want to, you put little...
You could.
Yeah, because they're like that, aren't they? Like that.
Oh, you could embroider little...
Oh, you could, yeah. I'll be quiet, because I'm not the designer. I'm just...
Well, no, the thing is, you can personalise and add little touches and make a pattern your own.
Exactly, exactly. Who has? Julie's messaged in. Julie's messaged in saying the beige colour would be perfect to make a pug. Have you got a pug design?
I haven't, and pug faces would be difficult.
Oh, would they? Well, no, because you could do them... Oh, no, I'm thinking of Sharpays now, aren't I? I was going to say, because I can do a good Sharpay, look.
Maybe I should do a pug.
Yes.
I'm slightly put off because I can see the work involved.
Oh, no, because there's a lady called Roberta who watches, and she's got 5 pugs. And whenever she sends me a Christmas card or a gift, I think it's like Roberta and the pugs, and all the pugs are all named and everything. And I've got a shirt with pugs on. You could use that as your inspiration, couldn't you?
I might have to borrow it.
The pattern, when you get the pattern, it's got seam allowance included, hasn't it?
It has, yes.
1/4 inch?
1/4 inch, yes.
OK.
So with this bit here, sometimes I don't need to bother clipping seam allowance, but with this, because it's quite a tight internal corner, I would clip there.
Right.
And take the point off.
Of course, we've chosen to do it in the beige, which can't...
I know, does that...
No, it's fine, it's fine. Can see it, can see it.
So
I'll tell you again in a minute how to get the pattern. I promise I'll tell you again how to get the pattern in a minute.
So we want that.
OK,
just for a bit
now...
of freedom.
OK, I'll wait, because I've got a question, but I'll wait.
But I don't bother clipping the dobber around.
Oh, yes.
The curve.
Let's hear it. Throw it on the floor, throw it in the tray. Fabric's quite easy to work with as well, isn't it?
It is. Once you get used to it, it's a doddle to work with.
And also, you don't need very much, do you? Because we were saying earlier, the whales that we made earlier, in the pack, that was a kit, right? And you got 1/2 metre of the pink, or 1/2 metre of each fabric. And you could make 3 whales out of 2 1/2 metres, couldn't you? So, you know what I mean? You can get an awful lot out of a 1/2 metre of this fabric.
You could. So once the wings are done, I just added a stitch line.
Oh, that was going to be my next question, because these have got a stitch in them, haven't they?
They have. It creates... just sew on the top, just sew from there in a gentle curve around to in between this section.
Right.
And it just creates 2 channels to pop stuffing in.
You like to make it difficult for yourself, don't you?
I do. Well, you could leave that as it is, or you could hand sew some little stitches in.
Or embroider feathers on.
You could. The pattern says to, because I used a different fabric, to sew around the side with this cuddle fabric. That would just be 2. It would get lost. You wouldn't see that, and also it'd be.
But you're going to stay stitch across the top. Oh no, not yet.
I will do once I've stuffed them to hold the stuffing in place.
So you're sewing in that curved line now. I'll just show you on this one here. So to create the wing effect, you see there's like a little line of top stitching. So you're making a channel there to be stuffed, and then the wider one there to be stuffed. That's why I think I got confused about being a penguin, because if you made a penguin, that would have like that, wouldn't it?
It would.
That's quite good. You could save money then. When you do your penguin design, you could just use your owl wings.
Just make that in black and white. I might say that's a magpie as well.
This is nothing like a magpie. Anyway.
So there's one done, and I reversed back a few stitches and then just clipped the threads right at the end. So I'll do the other. This
beige looks a bit like my Norman. I've got 2 Burmese cats. Norman, he's lilac, but in the summer, he's very, very kind of pale like this. And then in the winter, he goes a grey, purpley, lilac-y sort of colour. So this is very like my Norman, this. Nellie's chocolate, you see, so I haven't got any chocolate fabric to her. Lots of people think Nellie's Siamese because she's got that Lucasile point markings. Right. So there are 2 wings.
Yes.
Are you going to stuff those now, or do you stuff them later?
I'll stuff them now.
No, don't let me tell you what to do, otherwise we'll have people complaining. I was just asking.
Well, I was just thinking...
Do you want some stuffing?
I know, I can see the stuffing.
Yeah. Oh! Where did Joe go?
I won't stuff them because I can't see the stuffing. But no, it was there. It was hiding.
Right, I'll just give it... we'll show you how to do one of these, because obviously it's an art to this. And then once we've done the stuffing, we'll tell you how to get the pattern, because you can get the pattern for free. You can download the pattern for free. Now, Hannah, have you looked at it? Have you actually put that into your computer? Oh, because I was going to say, is it not life size? What's the word I'm looking for? Actual size, the pattern, everything, if you print the pattern up. Yeah, the templates that you download. So, but you have to make sure it's on A4 size of paper, because if you put it on A3, then they're going to be huge, aren't they?
I think there will be a guide. It's normally an inch square or something like that you can measure to make sure that it's printed out the correct size.
Right, why don't you just stuff the other one? This is how you can get the free pattern. Now, I know it's complicated, but this is where you can go. Do you know what? If you've got pencil or paper, or if you've got your phone, just screenshot the screen right now. Or you can go to YouTube later and you can pause it. You can absolutely pause this. It's www.lovepatchworkandquilting.com/how-to-hoot-so-owl-softies. No mention of your name on there, is there? It's your pattern, and they haven't even mentioned your name in the title. Anyway, that's how you get it. That's how you get the free pattern. But obviously, we're selling all the gorgeous fabrics to make the pattern with. Oh, we're going to show you what the website looks like. We're going to show... That's where you go, and then if you type that in... So you're at Patchwork and Quilting there. What a hoot, how to sew soft owl... No, to sew owl softies. Now, you use different fabrics there, I see. Not the fluffy, but they... Anyway, so it'll tell you what you need. You'd click there, look at the top one, download our owl template here, and you click on that. Oh, you can't do it on there. You click on there, it brings up all of the templates for you. And then it tells you, look, how much of each of the fabric you want. If you want different coloured fabrics, you can make it just in 2 coloured fabrics like we have. Oh, that stripy one looks like a penguin already.
It does a bit.
They look lovely. You can make a family of... Oh, there you go. Keep going down, because that'll be the pattern pieces. Obviously, you'll get the real templates and everything of the different pattern pieces. Still haven't seen your name.
Am I not there?
Oh, it's at the bottom, is it? OK. Oh, what's that one? That one on the right-hand side's moving now. So, anyway, there you go. We don't need to read it all, but it's all there if you get it. I hope you screenshot it or wrote that down. So you've stuffed your 2 wings now, and you're just going to stay stitched across the top. Or,
I will, just to hold the stuffing in place.
Like a tacking stitch.
Yes. Yes, the pattern mentions about that they were made in cotton fabric, the original ones. So there are some slight changes to making them in this. I use wadding or batting for the wings on those, but actually this makes much more
Oh, no, this is much more sense, to use that,
add the filling.
Joe's just stay stitching the top of the wings there. So what you like to do is you like to get all your components, like we were saying earlier, all your components ready So you don't half start making and think, oh, I've now got to make the wings, or I've now got to make the tail, or I've now got to make the face. You do all the bits first and then put it all together.
Yes, and if I'm making a few, I will have... Sometimes there's just a pile of limbs on the side.
Oh, no, I saw that. What did you do?
I was making bunnies.
Oh, were they bunny rabbits, but they were just bunny rabbits' legs or arms?
They were just arms and legs, a stack of them.
Was it your Instagram picture?
Yes.
This is the fabric we've used for these two here. The beige fabric is the one at the bottom of the screen. Can I have a look at the beige? Oh, that's the beige. I'm putting it on there. That's the beige. And then this is the aqua at the top. I will, in a minute, I'll go through all the other colours we've got, because those two colours look lovely together, but I can see a beautiful red and pinks and blues and purples. What colour? Are there no grey? Where's the grey? I thought there was a grey earlier. Yeah. Oh, I thought you said they were both... Oh, got that. Right, okay. So this is the tail.
This is the tail, and it goes together in the same way as the wings, so just around the sides and the bottom, leaving this top edge open.
OK. And you've done... Oh, no, you haven't done top stitching all the way... You haven't...
With these, I've done stitch lines from there.
Once you've turned it through, but there's no, as you say, there's no padding in the tail anyway.
So that makes it slightly easier, actually, when you're adding the base later if it's not full. So there, I would just make a little clip at the corners and then snip the excess seam allowance at the external corners, like that.
Brilliant.
And then turn it the right way out.
You couldn't do this if you had fingers like mine. It's going to be quite difficult to do these little fiddly bits, isn't it?
That's why my nails are always... I try to paint them and have them nice, but...
Where's the one you wrecked this morning? All I heard from her dressing room was like, oh, I can't do that yet, Jo. I've got to put my nails. I've done my nail. I've ruined a nail.
Yes. Bit of hand stitching and there's suddenly a disaster. Right, so I'm going to do 2 stitch lines, starting from the end. And if you want to use the water erasable pen to mark them on first as a guide, that works really well. So there's one. Do the other.
Or you could use different coloured thread as well. You could use the other colour. If you're using 2 colours, I mean, obviously you could make it. You could just buy the beige or the blue and make it all from the same colour, couldn't you? You don't have to make it from a different colour. But if you're using alternate colours like we are, you could almost stitch that with the blue from the body, like you have around the face, or the beige. You know what I mean? You could use an alternate colour thread around there as well, couldn't you? They're so cute, aren't they? OK.
So those pieces are ready to go.
Right.
And at this point, I would draw on the face and embroider the face.
Would you?
So, with a water erasable pen, just do a couple of circles. I think the eyes should be. And then the beak.
Fabric marker there, £2.45. Wipe off in brown, £2.45. Right, now, now we sell the thread, don't we? Oh, I haven't got one. Have you got it?
No, I've not got one.
Oh, I'll get the embroidery pack out now for you. We sell the... Because you're going to use 2 colours. You can use black for the eyes and then a colour for the beak, aren't you? Yellow.
And then I used a different colour brown for the little feathery bits on that one. And...
Oh, yes. I'll get the colours out for you in a second. It's £14.95. You get 100 skeins, 800 metres of embroidery thread, and it's good quality in different colours. But we'll just show you do it.
So can I lean across you and grab a...
What would you like, a pin?
An embroidery needle. There we go.
Oh, sorry. Is it one?
Now, when I'm doing facial features, I tend to divide the thread in... It comes in 6 strands. I tend to... If I want 6-strand thickness, I will divide it in half and use 3 and double them over. Only because when you're taking the needle through, that way you're taking a 6-strand thickness. Whereas if you keep it to 6 strands and bend it over, it's a 12-strand thickness.
Right, got it.
It's chunkier through...
So you cut your piece of thread and you split it in half.
Yes. So
that it is a 6-thread embroidery thread. You take 3 off and put them to one side. Just thread 3 through, so you've got a total of 6, and then use that other bit of 3 later for something else.
Yes.
I got very confused then with a bit of maths there.
And then
Jay's just getting us the pack of embroidery, so we'll just watch you do this for now.
just do this really quickly. I would do a running stitch outline around the outside of the circle.
Have we got the still of the Right, I'm just going to show you these. I'm going to get into trouble for doing this. I've taken them all out. You get 100. It comes in a packet like this. Oops. Comes in a really lovely packet like this. And yours will be all lined up beautifully. It's only because we've started using some of them out of the pack. Comes in this pack, really lovely pack like this. But look at all these colours. And this is only a few of them. This isn't even 100 of them. You get 100. Now, you do get repeats in colour, because obviously sometimes you need to repeat something. But look at all the gorgeous colours in there. You do get blues. You get... Because this is the one that Lucy had the other day, and she took all the blues and the pinks out of it, if you remember, to make her tassels. Really, really gorgeous, gorgeous colours. £14.95 for 100 skeins. Make sure you don't miss out at £14.95. Beautiful. So what we're using the black one to do the eyes. So all you've done is go... Oh, you've gone ahead without me. So you've done stitches all the way around the outside.
Yes, a circle around the outside, and then I'm just doing long stitches
to fill in.
Vertically, just to fill in.
Should I not wear a thimble?
My nails probably would be in better shape if I did. But no, I don't. I find they get in the way a bit.
I did when I first started, but then you just get... mine never came off. It just stayed on the whole time. You just get so used to it. Now, the fabric we're using there is the Aqua. £10.95 for half metre. You know, you get so much out of half metre of this fabric. It would be brilliant. I'll go and look at the fabrics in about 5 minutes' time when we've done the faces and everything. There's no rush. Now, if you're watching when we did the whales earlier, you had used... On yours, you'd used Softie...
Safety eyes.
But we were saying if you're giving it to a little kiddie, embroider one. Is this how you would do the eyes for the whale that you did earlier? With
that, I wouldn't have bothered starting with a circle, because that can pull a bit... this is quite stabilised because of the felt.
Right.
And because it's on quite a stretchy sort of point in the whale, I would have just done the vertical stitches.
Oh, OK.
And just kept going until I had a neat circle-ish sort of a shape.
Yeah.
Because also the fur, you don't see... It blurs the edges, whereas this you want a nice circle shape.
Clean edge, yes, of course.
It doesn't matter so much when it's straight onto the Shannon Cuddle.
Have you got some yellow there in a minute to do your... Oh,
I have.
I can see it, yeah. I was going to say I could get you some out of my 100 kit here that Lucy's taken half of. They're brilliant. £14.95. You get 100. You get 100 of these in all different colours. It's well, you get some repeat colours, obviously, because you need to use the repeat colours as well. £14.95. The aqua fabric running across the bottom there. We'll look at Jo doing this rather than look at me. There you go.
So I'm just back stitching.
You can see a character coming already. That's what I love about all of these. So what you're doing is you're going round the edge in backstitch to create the circle frame, and then you'll fill it in. Yes.
This just forms a guide, really, to...
Yeah.
I'm going a little bit quickly with this, but...
That's fine. I'm intrigued as to how you're going to do the beak. The beak?
The beak is super simple. That's
a Liverpudlian owl, this one. The beak. It's simple, is it?
It's just straight lines. I start in the middle and just work out at either side.
Again, you could use different colours, couldn't you, if you wanted to? You don't have to use the black. And I suppose the black eyes are perfect, really. You don't want different coloured look. Don't want different coloured eyes, but the little beaks there.
On the pattern, the beak is a triangle of fabric that's been what's the word? Appliqued on.
Yeah. This is the Shannon Solid Cuddle 3. I don't know what the 3 is. Is that the name of the fabric? Cuddle 3. Aqua fabric, half a metre, £10.95. This is the aqua fabric here. And then this is the beige fabric. We call this the Norman fabric now. So this will be Norman the owl, this one.
There.
OK,
They're
right.
not perfect, but you get the idea.
Perfect, do the eye. And what we'll do is we'll do the beak. A lot of you are asking about the different coloured fabrics. We'll do the beak. A lot of people are asking about the whale that I keep mentioning. So I'll tell you, I think there's still some whale kits left. I'll tell you about that. I'll tell you about those in a minute. But we want to see the beak first. So again, would you divide the thread again to 2 3s rather than 1 6 for the beak as well?
With the beak, I just did it in 3-strand thickness.
No, sorry. I meant that when you got this earlier, you split 6 into 3, didn't you?
Yes.
Would you do the same for the beak? Oh, keep catching myself on that belt.
It depends how fine you want the... If you want smaller eyes than that, just keep it as a 3-strand and don't double it over. So I would divide it into 3, but just use it like that.
I could spend hours trying to thread embroidery thread, and you just went straight through with that.
So if you want a finer beak, just use a 3-strand thickness for the... But I want to be quick, so I'm using a slightly thicker.
You're doing double knot?
I always do a double knot, yes. I just don't want it to pull through. I know embroiderers would be...
Oh, would they?
Well, I don't know. I'm not very... I just go for it. I don't want it to come out and...
No, it works, obviously. You're a very successful toy designer. Right, OK, let's watch this, see how we do this.
So I would secure the thread a bit more than that, but I'm just going to... Just long stitches. Start in the middle.
Oh, so you're going in the middle first?
And just work out from
so you're almost
either
like
side.
doing a fan, are you? Does the bottom one always go to the same point, then?
Yes. I put it in the same point, although at the ends, the very last ones at the side, you might want to take it that tiny fraction lower just to get a little bit more of a point on it.
Right.
Because
I see what you mean,
it becomes a little bit rounded.
Ah.
And you can have the beak as slim or as wide as you like.
Who's it from? Lynn, I'll find out for you, my love. I'll find out for you. In fact, I'll get Jay to that in a second. We'll ask Jay in a second.
I don't know very well.
If Lisa's still watching, we could ask her. Oh, is that your elbow?
It was. I was catching this as... I've not done this very well.
Oh, stop putting yourself down.
You get the idea.
Oh, look. Oh, no, that one's got like a little budgie beak, that one. This is the budgie. Can we make a budgie now? We want to know, can we make a budgie?
I have a budgie pattern. I know Hannah likes budgies.
That's Hannah. That's Hannah. Can you not hear her squealing in the gallery?
I'll try and neaten that up a bit more.
Hannah, ask Jay that question. We can find out the answer for Lynn, and then he can go and find out.
So
oh, look, that's cute. That's definitely a budgie, though.
It's a bit lumpy there. You'd want to take more time over this.
All right, now, before you go any further, people are asking about the whales, and they're also going... Not the country, the whales that you did earlier, and the kit form, and also the fabrics, the other fabrics got available. So I'm just going to... You can have... Don't do anything without me. I won't be long. I won't be long. This is how you get the pattern, first of all, for the owl. That's how you get the pattern for the owl. Just take a screenshot or write it down quickly or ring the call centre or anything like that. But that is how you get the bottom one. You see the bottom one there because it is a pattern that Joe has done for Love Patchwork and Quilting in the past. The thing is, the one in the... when you look for it, when you go to see it, it's made out of cotton, not as this beautiful, beautiful squidgy fabric that we've got here. So, these are my colourways you've got in the fabrics I can offer you today. Oh, that's all right. Where should we start? Where should we start? They're beautiful, gorgeous colours. Now, remember, you only need a little bit to make the owls, remember? OK, we'll start with the two blues. Here we go. The two blues at the end here. So, we have this one, which is the aqua. This is the aqua. Remember, it's £10 and 95 pence for half a metre. But you only need half a metre, really, don't you, to make... Oh, actually, how wide is it? Oh, it's... Look, must be 60 inches wide, 150 centimetres wide. So, look, that's half a metre. You get loads. So that's the aqua, which, do you know what? You just have to do this. It is machine washable, 30 degrees, machine washable. That's the aqua. Then this blue. Oh, this is nice. What's this one called, Hannah? Ooh. Now, it's that... I don't even know how to describe it. It is that first baby's teddy bear kind of... Beautiful. This is electric blue, this one. Electric blue, this one. Of course, it's got the nap on it there. Really, really beautiful fabric. This one's called the electric blue. at £10.95 for half a metre. I'm whizzing through these because I want Jo to finish her little owl off, and I want to tell you about the whales, because lots of people have asked about the whales. Then we've got the red. This is a real crimson red. I'll just see what colour they've called. Oh, it's called crimson. Now, on my telly here, it's looking a bit kind of maroony, but it's not. Maybe that's the nap. Let me just hold it that way up. Can you see? It's definitely a crimson red, this one. It is... Oh, make a robin redbreast. Hannah's coming up with all different suggestions now. Robin redbreast out of that one. Have you done a robin?
I have, but actually for these you could make the pockets.
Oh, you can make the pocket. Oh, yeah,
Hannah,
there you go. That's what her point was, yes, she says. Thinking on her feet. Really, really lovely. Did you get an answer for me, Jo? Violet, this is called. I'll scream until I'm sick. That was my friend Bonnie, that did that. I used to hate her then, but I love her now. £10.95. Violet fabric, that's really, really nice. It's a Shannon Solid Cuddle 3. That's violet. Again, it's all about the touch. It's all about the feel, isn't it? £10.95 for half a metre. Then we've got the Norman. Oh, no, this isn't the Norman. That looks a different colour, actually. Is this... Oh, is it? It might be my eyes. It's a long way away. This is the Norman, the beige. Most popular at the moment. I thought the blue would have been the most popular. £10.95. Right? No, Hannah. Look at the pink, look at the pink, look at the pink. Look at this beautiful baby pink. Now, you saw this baby pink. I'll just see what colour they call it. Oh, baby pink. Maybe I should work in the naming department for Shannon a solid colour. Baby pink, half a metre for £10.95. And then last but not least, we've got the other pink. Candy? Am I right? Hot pink, this one. We like this one. Now, you saw this one in the kit form earlier. Now, who was it? Was it Anne that emailed in, said she was going to get the pattern, she bought the kit earlier, then she's going to make the pattern bigger so she'll make a cushion. I'll tell you what I'm talking about in a minute about the whales. This is £10.95 for half a metre. Isn't it lovely? Now, earlier in the 8 o'clock show, we did whales, and it came as a kit form, again designed by Jo. It came in a kit form. You don't have to buy fabric for this, it's all in. You get the 2 fabrics. You get the embroidery thread to make the eye, because that's got an eye in it there. But you make the embroidery thread to make the eye. You get embroidery needles, you get the stuffing. There it is. And you get all the instructions, right? £27.95. That's the blue one. You get the blue and the grey fabric. And it also comes in the pink, right, which is really cute. Now, the blue and the grey was the most popular. Also comes in this lovely, lovely pink. Well, hello there. Hello. £27.95. We'll put the pink graphics in for you now so you can see the pink one. It's really lovely, but obviously you've got the hot pink and the baby pink in that one. You don't need to buy the fabrics. It all comes in the kit form, that one for the whale. There's the 2 pink colours, half a metre of each. You get the embroidery thread, the needle, the stuffing, and the instructions that have the template in it as well. They have the pattern in it as well. £27.95. OK, I've got to go back and carry on now. Lynn, I'm still waiting for an answer for you. I will get it for you, I promise. Right, now we're back to the owls now. That was the whale. We're back to the owls now. So where are we up to? Oh.
We've done the face.
Yes.
These are the side body sections. If you wanted finer details, just use 3 strands of thickness to do the face. I did chunkier ones on these because I just wanted to do it quickly. So that's 6-strand thickness. Right. And next, if you're going to put a pocket on, the pocket piece is the same piece twice.
Oh, is it lined?
It is. It's furry on the inside as well. I think it might be quite nice, you know, if you have a child that loses a tooth, for the tooth fairy, you could wrap it in a tissue, pop it in the owl's pocket.
What, the tooth or the money?
The tooth.
Oh, I see. Put the tooth in it, then the tooth fairy.
She doesn't have to root under the pillow for a long time.
Oh, that's a good idea. So the tooth fairy knows where to go and find the tooth to put the money in. How much is a tooth these days? It's a sixpence in my... Sixpence, you know, old-fashioned sixpence in my day. Oh, I've got an announcement. If you go onto our Facebook page... Oh, what a brilliant idea. Rather than writing it down, if you go onto our Facebook page, Sewing Quarter on Facebook, there's now a link So you can get that pattern and download it that way. That's brilliant. That's fantastic. That is brilliant.
This is what I was saying before. One of the problems, if you start too close to the edge, it chews the fabric, which is what I've done there.
Oh, hang on. Which website? Not the Sewing Quarter website. Facebook page. Oh, right, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
So I'm going, instead of unpicking that now, I'm going to swap and
OK, what we said earlier when we said this is when you're using this Shannon solid fabric, always start a little bit further down because it has a tendency to be eaten by the machine, like this. See, even the experts make it. So we're making a blue pocket now instead of a beige pocket. But this fabric is lovely and soft and squidgy, and you're loving all the different colours. Well, Jay's doing a lovely display now. What else you could do? Because when they've had this fabric on before, they made like a little towel, didn't they, with a hood on it? And there was some. What was the other thing they made that day? I can't remember. Was it a blanket? Was it a blanket? Anyway, we'll carry on here with the pocket.
Join the pocket along the top and then turn it the right way out.
Yeah.
And then, so that it goes on evenly, baste the sides together all the way around the open sides, just so it's held as one piece. And you might find it easier, actually, to start at the bottom on either side.
And it's important to get the nap also going all in the same direction as well, isn't it?
Yes. So I've done it one side, pin it if you want to, You're
going across the bottom as well?
Yes, I'm just going to make sure none of it slips when I come to add it later on.
Just making the pocket that goes on the front of here. Brilliant idea about the tooth. Put the tooth fairy, the child's tooth falls out, wrap it in tissue, put it there, and then say to the child, the tooth fairy, and when the tooth fairy does come, the tooth fairy knows where to go and find it. And also, and the tooth fairy won't wake you up, will it? Right, OK, so we've done the pocket.
So that's one solid piece now.
Yes.
And then I'd baste it in place on there. I've top-stitched across. But you can just...
You can hardly see that, can you,
You can't really see. So on this one, I won't top-stitch, just to show the difference.
Yeah. OK, so what happens next? Are you going to baste that
I'm going to baste that in place. And there's a marker to show where the top of the pocket should fall.
And that's on the pattern, is it? All these are on the pattern. You don't have to do the pocket. The pocket was one of the versions of the idea. And as you were saying, if you bought the beige and at Christmas time you wanted to make lots of robins, you could make the pocket red. Now, robins' faces, what would you do for a robin's face?
It has a sort of a white bit, doesn't it? I mean, you could just leave out the face panel and just embroider the face directly onto the... Yeah,
we've got that far, Hannah, thank you. She said use the beige and the red. Yeah, we've done that far. We went onto the face, though, you see where the shape of a face. Would you do the heart shape, or would you do... the red is going to come across the bottom now. The Shannon Solid Cuddle Crimson fabric, £10.95 for half a metre. Right, so you've just basted that into place. So that's your front panel done.
Front panel's ready. And now I'm going to pop a wing into this dart here.
Right, so obviously this is the side panel.
Yes.
And the wing goes into a dart. You like to... A lot of the time you put limbs into seams when you can, don't you, rather than hand-stitch them on? Or
yes.
Like wings and tails and things like that. Yeah.
That was the way I was trained to do it, because that was the most cost-effective way to mass-produce something. You wanted to limit the hand finishing. It's been really nice, actually, designing patterns for people to make, because sewists have that time to add the extra details on and make it a toy that's sort of unique to them. And thank you.
Sewists? Do you call them sewists as well, then?
I do.
Just my survey going on, that's all. Sewist, dressmaker, sewer, tailor.
The problem is, the sewer, when written down, looks like sewer. So, so I go with sewist.
But we're not writing.
No, but just so I've... Yes, that's why
I don't mind. It's whoever, it's whatever you want to be called, really, isn't it?
So I've pinned that dart, making sure that both sides of the dart are in the right position and that the end of the wing is properly sandwiched, fully in there. It's not going to come out. And then, because it's a small dart, I would sew from the bottom up, because you want to taper this end of the dart.
Of course,
in.
Yes. OK. Belinda's asked a question.
OK.
Oh, now, Belinda. How many owls in this size could you make out of 1/2 metre, do you think?
A lot. I lost count, actually, but... I lost count at 6, but you could get a lot out of 1/2 metre. You could have a lovely shelf of little owls.
But then you'd have to buy two. You'd have to sort of buy 2 1/2 metres if you wanted the different colours, wouldn't you? That means you get even more. You get 12, at least 12 out, a whole shelf full out. If you bought 1/2 metre of blue and 1/2 metre of beige, if you want the 2-tone ones, you're saying you get 6. Or you could just make 2 or 3 and then put the rest in your stash because there's lots of lovely, lots and lots of you loving the Shannon solid cuddle fabric, but the pattern is just beautiful. Loads of you going through for the pattern, apparently. Now, remember, you go to our Facebook page to get the link to it rather than write that whole one down there.
So the dart ends here at the top of the wing, but I've tapered it in just so it's smooth. It will form a smooth outline to the side of the owl.
So it's a dart rather than a seam you did?
Yes, and you want to make sure that the wing is really well sandwiched in place.
Yes.
I've used quite a short stitch on this, but normally I would over-sew, again, just to make sure it's really securely in that dart. But there we go.
Oh.
So I'll do the other one.
So these are obviously... Looks like the side of a jacket, doesn't it? It's almost like a lapel and a revere on the side of the jacket. So this is the side panel we're doing here. There's a little dart up there as well, isn't it? That, like a boxing off of the dart there as well. It's really cute, isn't it? The shape is wonderful. Now, I've got 10 minutes left. You going to be all right?
I might have to speed up a little bit.
All right, then. Shall I shut up a little while?
No, while I pin. Otherwise, I'll be all fingers and thumbs. There we go.
So you would use a pin. You don't usually like using pins, but you would use a pin for this one.
But here, it just means, because it's easy, you see this bit and the wing, but you can't see and make sure that the bottom piece...
Oh, of course, yes. You
is
want to
in
lose that,
place.
Because you want to totally sandwich the wing in between the 2 sides of the dart, don't you?
Yes. Just to make sure it just can't pull apart.
I think this fabric... I know you made it in cotton in the magazine, but I think this fabric so suits this pattern, doesn't it? Like it did with the whales earlier today. It's such a brilliant fabric for things like this. And also, like Belinda just asked, you could make loads. If you bought 1/2 metre, because it's obviously 1/2 metre is the minimum you can buy. If you bought 1/2 metre of 2 of the fabrics, imagine how many of these you could make. Or you could make them all out of one colour of the fabric and have them all the same, you know, all the same, like little owls in a line. And then, you could, or if you bought the embroidery thread, all the different coloured embroidery threads, you could make them all different that way. Couldn't you have them all the same colour, then give one eyelashes, one a different coloured beak, and anyway, sorry.
OK, and this bit, at this point, I will close the dart here, so just bring the sides together. And normally, I would close a dart from that side in and taper, but actually, I'm going to start the dart from that side, just so it doesn't chew the fabric, because it's quite small.
Right.
So it does make it slightly easier, actually.
So where on the actual thing, you keep saying that, is this I'm trying to work out where it is on the actual...
It's just on the back of the head.
There.
Down a little bit, just there.
Oh, there, I can see it now. It's this fur, you can't see it. It's a little dart there. There it is. Just to give it some shape.
So that's one done. And I'll do the same with this one. Just bring the sides together.
Gives it all these little darts, just give it that extra little bit of shaping, don't they, just to make it...
They do just round off the back of the head a little bit. And then when this is done, I join the 2 side pieces together.
Right.
At the top, but just as far as the dart. So I'm going to sew along the back here, so from there to the dart,
not any further down.
Just to join them together.
See, you can hardly see it in this way. It goes from there to the dart there, you see. That's all Joe's going to sew now. It's beautiful, isn't it? This is the aqua. This blue is the aqua. It's all lovely and squidgy, isn't it? And then this is the beige, the Norman. I call that the Norman colour. Oh, now, if you're going to make it, you're going to need the felt as well for the face. Now, you get a lot of felt. Now, this is wool felt. This is a really, really lovely quality... I don't know why I'm showing you that, but it's a really, really lovely You get 3 sheets, each of them are 60 centimetres square. We've cut that out of it, but imagine at £10.95. If you have downloaded the pattern, if you go to our Facebook page, the link is there now. The Sewing Quarter, not mine, don't go to mine. The Sewing Quarter Facebook page. Right.
And then once the back is joined to the darts, just from the top down, I line up... Actually, I know what I've forgotten. There's a dart in the middle of this head.
Oh, is there one?
Just a teeny tiny one.
Oops. Right.
Just gives a little bit of roundness to the forehead, so I need to close that first.
But it didn't look like there was any... It's literally a minuscule dart, that one.
It is. It's a really tiny one, and it just helps to show you where the top centre is.
And it's just little attention to details like that, isn't it? That just make it the little personality that it is.
Just gives it a little bit of
yes, you can
roundness.
see immediately, yes.
So then you want to line up the seam in the back with that dart and then sew down from this point down along one edge to the bottom.
But don't catch the...
Make sure the wing is out of the way. You don't want that caught in the seam. But you would know if you were catching that in the seam because it's filled. Doing it like this is just easier than doing a curve all the way round.
So you start at the top at the dart and the seam and just go round and then go back to the top and go round the other side as well.
Yes, because you definitely... your darts, you make sure they line up at the top then. You don't have to...
Oh, yes, because if you start at the bottom with the stretch of the fabric, you might get round and your darts are going to be not level with each other. It's going to look a bit odd. If you've got a dart at the front here and a dart at the back going, you know, a couple of millimetres out or something.
It can just make it look that little bit wonky as well.
Yeah. Mind you, a wonky owl sometimes can be quite cute, can't it?
It could. Has a bit of charm. I'm rushing this a little bit, trying to get all the bits in.
While you're stitching that, just going around there, because you've got to do the other side as well, haven't you? While you're stitching that, a lot of people asking about the whale kit. If you have a look at this, right, we've got a still of what you get in the whale kit here. This was from the 8 o'clock show. Now, you don't have to buy fabric for this one. This comes in a kit form. You get the 2 pieces. That's the blue one, which is the most popular. You get the blue fabric and the grey fabric. You get the wadding, you get the instructions, you get the embroidery thread for the eyes, and you get embroidery needles, all for £27.99. Now, that comes in kit form. You get everything. Now, this one's got eyes on it. It's got safety eyes on it. What we're suggesting is you use the black embroidery thread to create a little embroidered eye, so it's a little bit more... child-friendly, as it were. That's £27.99. That's the blue one. We also have a kit for the pink one, which I'll just bring in there. The first time we've shown Joe making is Joe's pattern. You get the pink, the 2 pinks, you get the embroidery thread, the needles, the stuffing, and the instructions. £27.95. Very, very popular. The blue one is more popular than the pink one. The blue one's more popular than the pink one. OK, so we'll just leave those over there because we'll carry on with the owls now. Just got a couple of minutes left to do the owl.
OK, so it's almost finished. It's joined around the sides. It's got little pockets.
Aww.
And then for the base...
Yes.
I will baste the tail in place.
Because it's got a square bottom, you see. So it's actually in the seam again. The thing is, you can understand why the manufacturers want it to be... It wasn't just time they were thinking of. But if you, as a parent, bought something for a child and it started swinging it around and it was hand-stitched on, it's going to come off more easily unless it's secured into the seam, isn't it?
I'm losing the pedal under here. The faster I sew, the more I push the pedal away from me.
Also, we do ask a lot of our designers to do... Because at home you'd be sitting down, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be standing up to do all of this.
I would.
Mind you, if you got into the habit now of just going to your machine thinking, oh, why is it down there? Why have I got to sit down? Because it's just high up on the table, isn't it, all the time? So you've stitched the tail into place, and then...
And then start at the back. The centre of the tail is quite handy when you have the stitch lines because it sort of shows you where the centre of the tail will be. And then line that up. You want to leave the seam allowance.
Right.
On the back.
Oh, because you've still got a seam down the back.
You have.
Yes.
I mean, that will be... From the dart then down is where I would close it.
Yes.
And then it's just a case of sewing around. And if you want to pin... or even start in the middle again and pin and work out from either side. It's whichever method you find most comfortable. I'm going to do it all in one now because...
Rebel. Yeah, 'cause you only... How many? I didn't hear either of that. 2 minutes, or less than 2 minutes.
Just don't scrutinise.
No, right then.
My seam. No, I mean, if it zooms up in and it's not too great, don't hold it against me.
This is the aqua fabric that Joe's using there. £10.95 for half a metre. Really, really lovely, gorgeous. Then you can see the tail in there. The tail's made out of the beige fabric, the Shannon Solid Cuddle beige fabric. We have it in many, many colours. We have it in the baby pink, we have it in hot pink, we have it in beige, we have it in crimson, we have it in electric blue, we have it in baby blue. So, no, aqua. I've missed one out, the purple. Violet. We also have it in violet as well. Just give the call... Oh, you can look on the web, or give the call centre a ring. Or the call centre number 0800 112 44 33, of course. Or, of course, if you want to email in, studio@sewingquarter.com, they can answer any of your questions. If you want to download the pattern for the owl, you can just go to our Facebook page, the Sewing Quarter Facebook page, and there's a link there now to the pattern. It's at the magazine Love Sewing and Quilt. No, Love Patchwork and Quilting website then. You can get the whole pattern with all the templates and everything there. Oh, Andrew and Hilary watching again. Hello, Andrew and Hilary. Loving the owls and the whale. Oh, Hilary's... Oh, no, Hilary's sad because tooth came out last week and the tooth fairy still hasn't come. Hilary, first of all, maybe you should have made one of these. And secondly, I think when you're in your 70s, they don't come anymore. Anyway.
So I've sewn the base on. As I got to the corner, I'd stop with the needle down and pivot everything round.
Righty-ho.
Put that's on. So then turn the right way out.
You can make a lovely glove puppet as well.
It would. And then stuff.
Oh, somebody's stealing a motorbike outside. And then?
And all the facial features and everything, that's already completed.
Yes.
So it's just a case of stuffing and closing the back. I use a ladder stitch because it's practically invisible.
Of course, and you put too much stuffing in. We sell the stuffing, by the way, don't forget. It's a big bag for £2.95 if you want to get that. And you just stuffed it in there. Now, Joe, they're always gorgeous, your animals. When are you back? Because you're finished for the day now, aren't you?
I am. I'm back tomorrow.
Oh, are you? Oh, I'm not in tomorrow. I'll have a lovely day tomorrow. I'll tell you. The whale, people ask about the whales. Remember, the whale comes as a kit for... the blue one. I'll bring the whale in. There's the kit form. You get all of that in the kit for £27.95. The blue fabric, the grey fabric, the thread, the needles, the stuffing, and the instructions and the templates. All that for £27.95. It's been a joy as ever.
Thank you.
Have a lovely day tomorrow, and I'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere, because Sammy Claridge is up now with a backpack made out of, like... Is it reindeer? Is it stag? It's canvas. It's gorgeous. See you then.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @SewingQuarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, we want to help you with your levels of sewing. Whether you're a novice or you've been sewing for years and years, we want this to be a fabulous learning curve for all of you. Whether it's making a little gift or making yourself a fabulous outfit, we will be working with some of the UK's biggest designers. You have to join us for that.
Don't forget, our sister brands are some of the leading brands in the industry, with Love Patchwork and Quilting being rated top modern quilt title on the market. Today's Quilter has achieved market leadership in the traditional quilt sector. And finally, Simply Sewing was launched in February 2015 after noticing a gap in the market for beginners. Combined, we reach over 150,000 readers every month. The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
Now, if you went into one of those designer shops and you saw a rucksack like this, what price tag would you have on a gorgeous piece like this? And look at this amazing fabric. Now, I know, there's a very famous Norwegian fashion design label that has kind of, I always called them reindeers and they went mad at me, but you know what I mean? But look, how beautiful is this? How lovely. It's made of canvas and lined with a cotton fabric. There it is. That's the finished item there. Anyway, I'll show you. We'll go through the real thing in a second. I will show you the fabrics that we've got available in this hour. Now, the first ones, I haven't seen a couple of these before. They're really, really, really gorgeous. Where shall I start? They're all canvas. They're all beautiful. That one's not a canvas at the end. I'll just move that one out of the way because that's one Sammy used as her lining. These are all really beautiful canvases. This is the one. I'll go through them one. Actually, shall we start at that end when they're on the top there? This is a new one to me. I've not seen this one before, so I might have to lift this one up and show you. It's a really, really fantastic canvas fabric. Look at the width, first of all. 60 inches, 150... Isn't that beautiful? It's got a lovely name, this one as well. Joie de vivre, c'est la vie. Winter canvas. Now, hang on, is that upside... Have I got that upside down? I have, but then the butterflies don't go... Oh, they're upside down then, aren't they? You see, now they call it winter. But I'd say that was a summer print myself, wouldn't you? With butterflies and all those like kingfisher. That's lovely. I do love that. £8.95. What would you use it for? It's a lovely, lovely canvas. I put my garden furniture out this... what day did I have off? Sunday, was it? Whatever day I was off. Put all my garden furniture out. The cushions definitely need recovering. Maybe. I love this. Love this because it's like someone has taken a paintbrush and just painted it. Now that's half, obviously. I'll open it all the way up so you can see it. It's very wide, this fabric. It's like 60 inches, 150 centimetres wide. Lynn, we're trying to get you an answer, my love. We're just waiting to hear back from the buying department. Look, this is called Fleet and Flourish. Roadside Guides in Opal. It's a canvas, beautiful, isn't it? £8. She said it's only £8.95 for half a metre. It's wide and it's beautiful and it's gorgeous and I love the colours. That would look really lovely in my garden, I have to say. So that's that one. That's the Fleet and Flourish one. Right, now this is Hannah's favourite. This is new, this one. Never seen it. Well, it's new to me. It might have been on the show before. I've never seen it before. Right, now, I wouldn't make a blind out of it, Hannah, because it's a canvas. Might be a bit... What you could do is you could make something for your back door, to cover, like a curtain to cover your back door. Coastline Sandbar Lagoon canvas fabric. £8.95 half metre. You would only need one width, wouldn't you, for a door cover, because it's 60 inches wide, 150 centimetres wide. Or you make a draft excluder. I was thinking, Hannah, not that I've been to Hannah's house, I've just seen pictures of it, right? You can make a really lovely curtain like that on your back door and then have it draped with a drag back like that, swag back, what are they called? Tie back. And then in winter you could let it go and there'd be no drafts coming through from your garden. because the wind whistles down her garden in winter. Right, now this is one that Lucy used the other day to make that really lovely... Oh, I've got it behind me, the thing we made. We made a rug out of this the other day, like a kind of little throw rug. Really nice, I love the... Look, all those words. Home, warmth, love. It's Happy Home to Live by Canvas Fabric. By Art Gallery. It's Happy Home to Live by Canvas Fabric by Art Gallery. £8.95 half metre. Again, it's so wide, depending on what you're making out of it. Lots and lots and lots of things to use in this. I mean, loads of canvases. Keep going, John, there's loads. We love this. The Pandalicious. Now, you've seen this in a cotton, and this is what... Now, we've made something out of this one before, haven't we? Triangular cushions. Triangular cushions were made out of this. Big bean bag for a playroom, be nice, wouldn't it? Pandalicious Pandalings pod. Lovely. Really, really cute, those, aren't they? That's like the logo for a very famous animal thingy, isn't it? I would say. Right. Look at this, look at this, look at this. This goes so well. This was my favourite from the other day, with Sammy's blouse. We loved this, because it's swans at night time. Look at them. And they've got the really, really lovely, look, orange beaks. Because I said to you, there's your got orange beaks. You went, no, they have.
Not quite, they've got red beaks.
Mine red beaks. Yours are orange, aren't they? Yeah. Hello, Ollie, because Ollie's the daughter, wasn't it? Was it Ollie the daughter or the son? The daughter. Swanlings, Bevy, Nightfall. I love these. I love these. Look. Now, the backpack would look lovely in this, but that is just a divine fabric. That's really lovely. And then last but not least, last one, the one that we're actually going to use is the kind of stag/antler fabric. Now, you'd think this would be quite a manly print, but the way you've teamed it with the lovely blue or the teal there just gives it that lovely look. Now, this would look lovely in curtains, heavy draped curtains, wouldn't it? In fact, you know what? This would look lovely in those curtains that you put, wadding in between. You know, kind of thick quilted curtains. This would be lovely. Hello, Bear Buck Forest. £8.95 for half a metre. We love that. We love that. Do you know what? I'd quite like you could make a winter jacket, a quilted jacket. You know those with cross hatching on them. That'd be nice, like wouldn't it? I've got other fabrics to go through with you in a second, but I'll take those over me because we want to get going, don't we, on the bag? We want to get going on the bag with Sammy. I love this. It doesn't take that much fabric, does it? Really?
No, I think they gave me a metre, and I managed to make 2, and I've still got a little bit left over.
Oh. So you know, so if you're going to make this, you only need half a metre of the canvas fabric. Yeah. It's just, I love the way you've teamed it with a colour you wouldn't actually expect to see. But you could team it with any colour, really, couldn't you? I'll tell you about this fabric in a second, but let's get started with the bag. Yeah,
I think it looks. We've got kind of a dark, rusty, burgundy kind of colour. I think it would look gorgeous with that as well. And
oh, wait, OK, we'll carry on. We'll carry on
first. Right. OK, so I have prepped a little bit, because obviously there are quite a few different stages in this. But it's basic rectangles, and again, as usual, I will give the measurements that I've used to the call centre, and then they can pass them on in case you miss them. But the body of the bag is 40 centimetres deep by 75 centimetres wide, which is why, again, the canvas is great, because it's that 150 wide, which means you can get two out of your width. And then I've done the pockets, which are 12 by 80, which is this pocket panel at the front, which is the pockets that go around the outside.
You can't really necessarily see those on here, can you? But they've got outside pockets around the outside here.
Pop a few little bits and bobs in. You can put little poppers on the top of those to keep them closed if you wanted to, but I thought just,
Don't put your phone in there, though.
No, don't put
your phone in there. John's got a little tip.
You can zip top. You can pop zips across the top as well. I just made this quite a simple version. So all I've done with that is the same way that I would do any pocket. I've just folded over at the top a small hem, and then I've managed to place it so that you can't see it. I've pattern matched it so that it matches up with my stag heads. Because this is quite a an obvious pattern match, you want to make sure that you're pattern matching, otherwise it's going to look a bit funny.
Yes.
I haven't done it so well with the flap over the top, but you could be.
Okay, well, I'll just put that like that then.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It looks okay. I don't think it matters so much.
Also, if you're worried about it, you could almost do trim in your... If you're going to use this colour...
Like we did earlier with
you could put an edge of the other colour across the bottom there, then it literally just... If you haven't got it quite right, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like so, yes, you could just fold over a little piece. Again, it doesn't have to be biased. It can just be straight over the top of there, just to give you a nice pocket edge if you want to make more of a detail out of it.
That fabric there is across the bottom, the linear texture fabric. It's not a linen, it's a cotton fabric with a print on it, with the makes it look textured. £4.95 for half a metre. That comes in lots of different colours. That's the duck egg blue one. OK.
So in the same way that we did the pockets earlier, I've placed the panel over the top, turned the top edge over rather than binding it, and I've stitched down to create the pockets.
And again, I suppose if you've got particular things that you want to put in there, like paintbrushes or something like that, then you could use them.
Again, you can make sure, and all that it takes to create the pocket is that line of stitching straight down. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that.
Now, could you, if you want... Oh, no, this might throw your pattern a bit. No, you know, like if you've got a bottle of water, you know, you did the elastic earlier, or the pocket, you said you made it a bit wider. You could make it like a bucket pocket almost. You could do that.
No reason why not. Again, you would just have to make sure that you cut your pocket longer, and then pop a little piece of elastic across the top of the pocket.
Right there,
pull it in.
Water.
No, I'm all right.
You sure?
So yeah, you just need to make sure you've got it longer so that you can pull that in. Leave a little bit more space and pull it in. Although obviously, because you've got, unlike before where we had a stiff back and we wanted to create it coming up, obviously you do have space going backwards because it's in the bag. It's going into something soft.
Yes.
So obviously you don't have to leave so much. You've got a bit more space going on there.
Okay.
Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to create the drawstring at the top, which we've got on, you can see it quite easily on this one here. So rather than making the drawstring out of the canvas, I've made the drawstring out of the cotton.
Well, if you made the drawstring out of the canvas, it might be a bit...
Yes, it's going to scrunch up. It's going to look a bit heavy, so that's why I chose to do it in the contrasting fabric.
It's nice, isn't it?
So it scrunches up nice and tight.
So this is the Hello Bear Buck Forest canvas fabric, £8.95 a metre. This here is the linear texture fabric by Macau in duck egg blue, £4.95. You're loving this fabric. You're loving the stag fabric. I'm not surprised. I think it's beautiful. OK, so you're going to do the drawstring
It's
next.
really good to work with as well. It does fray quite a lot. I would say that if you're planning on doing this not all in one go, so if you're cutting it out one day and then doing it the next, or cutting it out 1 week and doing it the next, or something like that, just run a line of top stitching down the edge, like just to stop it from fraying out. Obviously, we're doing it all in one go, because you can see this has been in my bag and it's already started,
exactly.
I'm very started to fray out. So, but once you've stitched along that, it's going to stop that fraying from happening completely. So you don't need to worry about it. Once you've stitched it, it won't fray. So with this piece, I'm going to fold this in half.
This is just a straight piece of fabric.
This is just a straight piece of fabric. I think it was, what did I make it? Pocket strip, flat, I can't see what I've written. I think it was 10 centimetres. Yeah, 10 centimetres, folded, and again, I made mine quite deep, but you could make yours only as, because I wanted
but I quite like that. I quite like
because then we've got the top stitching around the top, and obviously we've got top stitching on the handles and on the drawstring. And
also, if you made it too narrow, you are then going to be gathering up more of the canvas. Whereas this way, you're just going to gather up the top, the cotton.
Yeah, kind of that bit kind of goes in and then up to the gather. So what I'm just going to do now is I'm going to measure, because obviously what we want to have is we want to have the break at the front, not at the back. So this is the break in the fabric, so that we've got, we can see the seam. So we're just going to fold the edges in on this bit and go from the centre to the edge. So I've just folded a little hem there, and at this stage I'm just measuring. So I'm going to go to here.
Oh, that's because you don't want the... you don't want the seam going down the front of you. I was going to say, why didn't you just take it from the seam? But that means you have a seam down the front of your bag.
Yes, you don't want that. So I've just measured that gently by hand. Doesn't have to be technical. Doesn't have to be
precise.
You know, absolutely accurate, because you can neaten it up afterwards. So I'm just going to fold that edge in, and then I'm just going to double check it. Measure twice, cut once. That
exactly.
Say, isn't it? I wish I did what I
Yeah, do what I do, not as I... Don't do as I do as I say.
Yeah. OK, so there we are. So it's seam allowance either side is just about... I'm just going to fold that edge in a little bit more. Again, that's the joy of doing it this way. It means you can adjust it as
so
you
it's
go.
not the... So of course, I would have done that wrong, you see, because I'd have forgot... I'd have made it that length.
Yes, but you've got your seam allowance.
Yes.
So we're going to set that up. So I'm just going to leave that off for a moment now that I've measured that. Just move that there slightly. And I'm going to fold the two edges together, the two raw edges together at the shorter edges, and I'm going to sew that seam now up the back.
Yes, of course. But
Just
I
for the
suppose
line of
if you were going to make a feature of your... Oh, no, you're right. Keep the seam at the back. I was going to say, because you want to make it easier, but no, you're quite right. I'll just be quiet and show you this. While Sammy shows you that, I'm going to show you this fabric again. Now, you see, I thought the stag fabric would be the most popular. So far, this... Have I got it upside down again? No. Is the most popular so far.
I love it.
It's the joie de vivre, c'est la vie, winter. I wonder why they're called that winter. It's because the trees have got flowers on them.
Because it's blues and greens, so maybe it's like winter colour scheme, and they maybe...
that bird's not blue and green, that bird's red.
Yeah.
That butterfly's red, that bird's pink, that bird's pink.
I'm out of ideas then, I don't know why.
Yeah. I'll give them a call later and ask them. It is beautiful. That's the most popular. Remember, 60 inches wide, 150 centimetres wide. Maybe it's cold in winter where they are.
Well, maybe.
Oh, no. Warm in winter, I mean. Maybe they designed it in Australia.
Well,
maybe they were sitting on a beach in Australia when they painted this and went, well, it's December, it's supposed to be cold. Anyway, that's the most popular so far. So, you've made that into a tube.
I have made it into a tube, yes. I'm just hand smoothing out the seam at the back.
Oh, right. That's a hint. I'll just put the
this
iron
canvas
on just
is
in
good.
case.
It doesn't need to be ironed super tight because it finger presses out beautifully. So, and then I'm just going to, again, lay it out flat, making sure that my central line pocket is lined up with the centre back. And then I'm going to take my channel piece at the top, just going to pin
I'm listening.
those edges in place now that we know that they're the right length. And actually, to make it better, I'm just going to stitch a line of stitching.
So this is the bit where the drawstring's going to come out. You're just reinforcing that bit, yes?
Yes, yeah.
Again, you're top stitching in white because it's on telly, but you can do it in whichever colour you want, whether you want
Yeah, colour to match. In fact, I've got cream underneath and white on the top.
Okay.
Doesn't matter, really.
Classy.
Yeah. It's more important that people will be able to see how rather than everything being beautifully colour matched. Just going to line that up.
Can I mention these at this point while you're... Oh, no, you stopped stitching, right?
Sorry, I have stopped stitching now.
That's fine.
Just two short little seams just to hold those hems in place. I'm going to sew it round in a moment, so there'll be a gap there.
Oh, will there?
Yeah.
Gap in the bag?
No, a gap in the tie. All right, I'm just going to place that to the back, and I'm placing the raw edges right sides together.
Raw edges, right sides together,
yeah,
yes.
Raw edges with the right sides of the fabric together.
Yeah, with them joining up at the centre front.
Yep.
Perfect.
There we go. And then I'm going to pin that round, and I'm going to stitch it about 1 centimetre away from the raw edges, and then what will happen is that will fold out, and that will create the drawstring top in the section. So I'll pin and sew.
Shall I watch? I'll tell you about now. This is Sammy's own design, this one. But I have got 2 other patterns for bags. If you don't maybe want a rucksack, but these would be good to use the canvas fabrics for.
Yeah.
Now, you've got the messenger bag first. Now, the messenger bag is so cool because it's got a long strap and you wear it crossways across the body. Now, you could make this maybe out of, well, any of those, but Hannah's wanting it made out of her favourite one. Now, this is by Noodlehead. Now, this is a designer who's named Noodlehead after her daughter, who's got very curly hair. And she called her Noodlehead as a nickname when she was a baby, and it's just stuck. £9.95. You got the pattern there.
She makes gorgeous patterns.
Be good in any... There you go. There it is. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Be good in any of these canvas fabrics. In fact, look, they've done the same sort of thing on that one, where they've used one canvas fabric and then used a contrast binding, the same as Sammy has with hers. £9.95. That's the pattern you get there. Oh, there's the still of the pattern there. I'm just reading what's it... Now, the finished dimensions of that bag are 9.5 inches by 11.5 inches by 2.5 inches, which is, I'll have to work that out. Hannah will sort that out in centimetres for you. You'd need... Well, it just tells you how much... actually, look at it, rather than me read it all out, because it tells you how much fabric you'd need to buy for all of the different bags in that one. There you go. It's all done in yards, obviously, we'll have to, but you need to, you know... But this is, we're just selling the pattern on this one. £9.95. So that is the Campfire Messenger bag. Right, or if you want to make this one, the runaround bag.
It's one of my favourites.
This is the runaround bag here. What did you just say?
It's one of my favourite ones.
Oh, one of Sam's favourites, this. The runaround bag there. Again, by Noodlehead. It's really lovely, isn't it? Why is it one of your favourites, this? Haven't we made this one? I seem to remember this one.
No, we made the 241 bag with the Handalicious fabric, but that's the simplified version. But I really like the shape of it. You can get loads in it because it's got a nice big chunky base.
Yes,
but it's not so wide at the top.
No, it's got a pleat in them. Oh, a pleat in the middle of it, like a box pleat in the middle there.
So it's still secure, but you can get loads of stuff in it.
Really, really nice. Again, it's the pattern you're buying here. A great beginner bag, this one's called. Beautiful soft gathers on the base and straps and centre pleat. Right, I don't know. Hannah's saying she'd make this one out of the... Oh, the Viva on this. I was thinking, which one's she talking about? Now I thought she said bench. I can't see one with benches on it there. Yeah. The French one. No, I would make this one out of your favourite fabric, Hannah. The new one that I haven't seen before, that one over there, or indeed the roadside one. The roadside one. That's £9.95 for that pattern.
The one with the diamonds, the kind of coral
that's called the roadside one. Yeah, in opal. The one at the end. In fact, the two. You want me to go over now? Okay. Those two. I'd say the two at the end of that one would be good in that bag. Mind you, I love them all. I do love them all.
I have seen it. I've seen it made in the one with the writing on it.
Say this again.
The So Caroline, the Happy Home one. I've seen it made in that. It looks really lovely.
Have
the
you?
navy blue one, yeah.
Oh, nice. And then we could make one out of the swans. So when you're wearing that, you could have your swan bag with it. Nice.
I wanted to make this
swans for you.
I wanted to make this in swans, but we didn't have enough left. It's quite limited stock of the swans. So they wouldn't let me have any.
Maybe they just wouldn't let you have it full stop.
Well, yeah.
So this is the Happy Home to Live By one, which is the blue one with the writing on. At £8.95 for half a metre. Really, really lovely. We made a kind of rug, or I said put it by the bed with Lucy the other day out of that fabric. Lots and lots of you came in for that one. Happy Home to Live By. That's the one in the middle there with the writing on it. Really lovely, isn't it?
That's the programme I watched and then sent Lucy, a creepy message saying I was watching it because I missed her.
Did you?
Because I haven't been on with her for ages. So I sent her a message. I was like, I was watching you today because I missed you.
Oh.
And then, yeah, it sounded really creepy.
Oh, now, I've got these. Yeah, I've got these as well. Now, this is the fabric that Sammy's used to trim it with. Let me just open that one out for you. This isn't a Spectrum Solid. This is what we call a linear one. Now, it's still 100% cotton. It's from Macau, but it's duck egg. But if you look at it, we've got this in oranges and pinks and reds and everything. if you can see that, you've got like a print on there, which makes it look kind of, well, a linear print, if you see what I mean, a very kind of almost
sketchy
woven print. That's a print on the top. That's £4.95 for half a metre. But I've got some other fabrics here that Hannah's chosen that she thinks might also work with these are new. Now this is very Hannah. This is very, sorry, I'll be with you in a second.
No,
sorry.
I was just putting that next.
No,
to it,
all
I
of
think
that
they
would
look
work
amazing.
beautifully. That would look
If you're
stunning.
going for boy, I mean, this is one of my favourite. Burgundy's one of my favourite colours.
Port, please. Port.
Port. Sorry, port.
Port. I thought you said pork, and I thought pork.
No.
Port.
Port.
That's port. That one. Oh, there it is. There. £3.25 half metre.
Such
Look how
pretty
nicely
colour.
that works with that fabric. That contrast fabric is so lovely, isn't it?
Really nice.
So that's port. Then I've got. Oh, is this latte?
I love that colour.
I love that colour as well with that, you see. We'll see what this one's called.
I'd like nail varnish.
Mocha. Oh, I wasn't far off.
It's very
was I?
close, very close.
Very, that's
It's
like
got
a
quite
mocha.
a purpley tint
Yes,
to it,
it
though,
has.
don't
Yes,
you think?
if,
Like
if somebody
purpley
serves you up a
brown.
mocha like that colour, don't drink it.
No.
And then is this one called flannel? Oh, no, it won't be slate.
Might be.
That's not slate, definitely not.
Very pretty colour.
Oh, right, OK. It is called slate. But did this one used to be called flannel? That's slate. I wouldn't have called that slate in the slightest, would you?
No, definitely.
But it does lovely. It
Yeah,
lovely.
it does.
Anyway, they're the three
Those
colours that we
soft
just suggested.
neutrals, I
Yes.
think, work really well with the kind
Yes.
of monochromes. I thought
Yes.
that equally the bright colours do
Yes.
too, but...
Right, OK.
OK, so that's where we are. So we've got our drawstring is now in place at the top. Well, no, the drawstring channel is in place at the top. And then you can go ahead and do some lines of top stitching
Right.
to pop that in place if you
Yes.
want to, or you can leave it open.
OK, I've got
up
an
to you.
announcement to make. This is now the most popular fabric. Overtaken the joie de vivre, c'est la vie. This is now the Hello Bare Butt Forest Canvas by Art Gallery.
Going to be very careful saying that today,
Yes,
aren't we?
thank you.
Lovely.
I was trying to be discreet.
Not me.
No. I should have guessed that by now.
All right.
Right, what's happening now then? Because you've got a bottomless bag there.
I have, yes. So the bottom is, again, just a simple piece of canvas. And what we've done is I've done it the simple way, the simplest way I know how to tell people. So you sew two sides and then fold it in two sides. I'll show you that.
show
Don't
us,
worry, don't
show us.
panic.
Because lots of people would have added fabric on and done a squared off bottom, wouldn't they?
Yes, well, you can do that as well, but obviously we've got pockets, and otherwise your pockets will
Yes.
end up going, it gets a bit awkward. So this is the way that I would do it. I will take my piece that's going to be going onto the base, and I'm going to pin it in place.
Oh, right. Oh, of course. I was going to say it's not long enough, but you've got to make signs out of it, haven't you? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to... And all I'm doing is you can't see very well, but if I do it that way, you can probably see. I'm pinning this through, being careful to pin it through only the top layers. Where's my pin cushion?
Oh, dear, sorry.
That's all right.
I just got caught up with all of Hannah's fabrics, that's all.
So I'm just going to pin the top.
So just now, have you pinned it in a particular direction?
I have I? Just throwing things all over the place. I've pinned it in the same way, continuing from the front down.
At the front, yeah.
So I'm just going to stitch that, but I'm going to stitch again only to about a centimetre away from the edges.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to pop that pin in
To remind you.
to remind me. There we go. Because it's easy
I
to
know,
forget
canvas fabric's
things.
very, very popular. Jane, did you get me an answer to that question yet? Don't pull the faces like that. I'll tell you after. I need to know before 12, so...
Sorry.
Before I tell
Sorry.
Lynn. Lynn,
Just
I
taking
am
the
trying
arm
for you, Lynn, my love.
I've just taken the arm
Oh,
off.
we've got a question.
Question?
From Wendy.
Questions.
Hello,
What do you want?
Wendy.
What's up?
Right, now, you know you were talking earlier about it not fraying, put a stay stitch. Could you use pinking shears instead?
You could, but this canvas is very loose weave, and I think it would still fray.
There you go, Wendy.
I would still stay stitch regardless, because this is just because of the way this is woven.
We tell it as it is, Wend.
Pinking shears are great for things lightweight fabrics. They don't work so well on anything that is a looser weave. So anything like this canvas, for instance, or things like boot clay and stuff, they're always better if you do stay stitching rather than relying on your pinking shears.
Yeah.
Okay. Just going to take that out of the machine. Okay, so that's...
Okay, Lynn, I won't go to get you an answer today, my love. Did it come through as an email or did it come through as a web chat? Oh, Lynn, email in studio@sewingquarter.com, studio@sewingquarter.com, and I'll get you an answer because I'm not going to get you an answer. The person who's got the answer for me isn't in at the moment. She's in a meeting. So if you email it in, I'll be able to get the answer to you, or I'll get customer services to reply to you. Right, sorry.
No worries, so that's just... No, don't worry, I haven't done anything. So that's just stitched, that's the front.
Right.
I always do that one first because it's the most important to get straight. Everything else can be a little bit more haphazard than that.
Yeah.
So I'm then going to do the same with the back, but I've just turned the bag inside out just so I can get to the back piece. And again, I'm just going to line up the centre of that piece with the centre seam at the back because we made sure that was all centred first.
Got loads of tabs here.
Oh, thank you.
Lo, do you love this fabric? Is the stag still the... Oh, someone's nicking... excuse me. I'm taking that one home. Don't be nicking that whale. Do you know Bex? You know Bex who makes all the videos and everything? She's waltzing off with the whales in a carrier bag. Honestly. She's only part-time as well.
She won't like you saying that.
No, I know.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
That's right. I'll be the assistant.
Thanks.
Oh, another question I might not be able to answer. Who? Carol?
Thank you.
What's the difference between cotton and canvas? Well, I think this is 100% cotton canvas, isn't this?
This, yes.
Yes.
There's
All it is Carol, my love, it's a thicker weave. The actual thread that they use, like the canvas thread that they use, because when they weave, you know, you've got the warp and the weft with cotton, right? Then they use a very, very fine stuff. You've got to use a very, very fine thread to do this. When they've got canvas, the thread itself is like a much, much thicker. So it's exactly the same thing. And also, canvas is sometimes... Oh, I'm stuck to the desk. The canvas is sometimes woven a little bit differently, but it's still 100% cotton. Still, because what you say is, when I go like this, and I go, oh, this one feels like a lawn, this one feels like a heavyweight, this one... They're all cottons, but they all have a different weight. You know, like you can get when you sew a thread, you get heavier threads and everything. It's just like that. So canvas is a more open weave and a thicker thread that they use to start with.
Okay. Just being careful because I'm stitching over lots of layers at the back here where I've got my join, because I've got my pocket layer and my seam.
What we'll just see is we'll see how you do the other two sides, and then I've got to go and do the fabrics because people are wanting to see all the fabrics again.
No worries.
I'll get Jade to put the joie de vivre. Oh, you carry on stitching that, and I'll just put this one back. I'll get sort that out in a second there, right?
So I'm doing backwards and forward stitching at the front and the back, at the beginning and the end.
Yep.
And again, I'm making sure that I'm not stitching all the way to the end. Again, I popped a pin in, so my seam allowance is now available. There we go, pins. And now I'm going to go to the other side.
So this is now the short side.
This is now the short side where I've got my seam allowance left from where I didn't stitch. And I'm just going to pull it straight and pin it.
And you have to, this is where you have to start on the seam line of the other and finish on the seam line of the other two, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Sometimes with this you'll find that you've got a little bit of fabric at the corner, but if you pull it to the edges, because we've got a thicker fabric, obviously if you leave it too tight at the corners, what you get is you get a very bulky corner. So actually a little bit of puckering on the bottom section actually helps.
Almost like putting a pleat in.
Yeah, it is a little bit. It just gives you a little bit more room for manoeuvre when you've got all that bulk at the corner turning it through. Brilliant. And then we can do the other edge at the same time this time. So again,
can I leave you to pin that? I'll go do the fabrics.
Yeah, you happy for me to stitch as well?
I could do what? Just stitch
round it.
Are you
happy for me to stitch, yeah?
Right. At the moment, it's a tie between the Stags and the Joie de Vivre, c'est la vie fabric, winter. So I'm going to show you them all again, shall I? Start with those. Could you say the actual title, please, Hannah? She's going to start with the French one, John. I want her to speak it in French for me. I love this. I love this. Conservatory. I'm thinking conservatory cushions, garden cushions for the summer. It is Joie de Vivre, c'est la vie, winter. wonder why they didn't put livre, which is winter in French. No, it's not winter. Hannah said it's winter. No. Joie de vivre, c'est la vie, livre. Canvas fabric by Art Gallery. It's gorgeous, isn't it? £8.95. I just love the fact that you've got all the paisleys and the patterns in the background here that are, like, drawn on. And do you know what this is like? This is a bit, again, like that fabric that you could colour in. Obviously, you don't. Well, you could if you wanted to, but I love all these jewel shapes here, the paisleys. They're all in the black and white. Then you've got the butterflies and all the exotic birds all flying around. £8.95 for half a metre. Remember, it's extra wide. It is 60 inches, 150 centimetres wide, this one. So we'll move on from that one to the stag one, which is the next favourite one. This is very, very close. They are very, very close. This is the one that Sammy's using. This, though, you see, this could be, if you want to make something for your man, it's quite manly, but then if you trim it with, you know, it gives it a lovely feminine feel to it as well. I love it. I think it's fabulous. It's Hello. Have a look at the fabric. Hello Bear Buck Forest Canvas fabric. £8.95 half a metre. £8.95. That's the one that Sammy's been using. Give us a call, 0800 112 44 33. Or, of course, you can go on the web. Now, remember, we do sell it in half-metre increments if you're new to us. So if you go on the web, units, where it says how many do you want, 1 is half a metre, 2 is a metre, and so on. Next one is the most popular, is this one, the Happy Home to Live In, or Live By, isn't it, that one? Now, I'll show you the fabric first. I'll show you the fabric first. That's lovely, isn't it? Look at the writing on there. Happy Home to Live By. It's a canvas fabric again by Art Gallery. £8.95 half a metre. Lovely and wide. Lovely fabric. Lovely thickness to it. Now, we did make, I'll just show you, Lucy made this, like a little rug that goes by the bed. Or you can put it wherever you want, really, but a little rug out of that fabric. Now, I'm surprised we haven't got this one to show you, but I think this one is called denim, even though it's the same, it is a canvas, it's called denim. It's the brick red. It's the brick red denim. Have a look on the website for that, you'll find it, so I'll just put that to one side. Anyway, I'll put it there. So that's the next favourite. Then Hannah's favourite now. Hannah's favourite is this one, which is new to us today. This would go well, she says this would go really beautifully in a house. What colour hasn't she got in a house? Let's just face it. She's got yellow window frames, remember? This is the girl with yellow window frames. This is Coastline Sandbar Lagoon canvas fabric. It's lovely, isn't it? I love the fact that it's kind of random, and then you have that lovely turquoise and the kingfisher amongst the more smoky blue there. Smoky grey blue it is, isn't it? £8.95 half a metre. New to me, that one is, I love that one. Then we've got this one, which was my favourite, one of my favourites the other day. It's called Road Sign in Opal, I think it's called, but it's really, really lovely. It's almost like it's like a log cabin, isn't it? A log cabin quilt that someone's hand-painted onto the fabric. They haven't, it's just the print. It's called Fleet and Flourish Roadside Guides in Opal. It's lovely, isn't it? Really, really nice. I mean, what colour would you team that with? Everything. Go with everything, that one, wouldn't it? That would look lovely as a deck chair fabric. Now, you see, we were talking about deck chairs the other day, weren't we? All of this, if you're going to recover, or not recover, but make, you know, the old-fashioned deck chairs, you could make the most gorgeous deck chair out of this. Oh, I've got a question. The Happy Homes fabric, yes. Erica's saying, is that a navy background? I'd say it was a navy going to French navy. Oh, there, Sammy said the same. I'd say it was a French navy, that one, the background to that one. It's not black, it's a French navy, that one. It's beautiful, isn't it? Think of, it's sort of saying, the colour is sort of saying a famous jeans store colour. You know what I mean? If I'm trying to get that across. Right, this. Right, now this was the bestseller the other day. This one was the bestseller the other day. I think it's because we've not been going wild about it again, but we love this one. This is Hello Ollie, which is the daughter of the designer. Swanling's Bevy in Nightfall. It's Nightfall because it's dark in the background. Now, this one's £10.95 for half a metre. £10.95 for half a metre, that one. Give us a call or go through on the web, sewingquarter.com. And last but not least, we've got the Pandalicious one. You're loving your monochromes. They never go out of fashion, do they? But these, now, imagine making a bean bag for a kiddie's playroom or a kiddie's bedroom or something out of this fabric. Get them the right way up, John Scott. One job. There you go. This is Pandalicious Pod, I think this one's called, isn't it? Podlings, even. Just got your black and white Pandalings Pod. £8.95 for half a metre. That's lovely, isn't it? That's fun, that one. That one's real fun. OK, now I've got to go back because what have you done without me over there?
Just done some top stitching. Don't panic.
What's the matter?
Just done some top stitching. So the bottom's in. All done.
Yep.
And then I've just done some top stitching around the top of the drawstring channel.
Oh, OK, yes.
And I'm just tying the ends off.
This fabric has now overtaken the joie de vivre. Oh, by half a metre. This is winning at the moment over the joie de vivre, c'est la vie, winter.
They're all gorgeous, though. I'm surprised people can choose.
Yes.
I think also, once you get this home and once people feel the quality of it, they'll come back for more.
Yes.
Because it's really hard to describe how lovely this is to work with. Because normally when I think of canvas, I think of something quite heavy.
Well, you think of those tent bags. My dad was in the RAF and he used to have all his kit in the canvas bag and it was thick, hard and just horrible.
But this is so... I hesitate to use the word soft because soft makes you think that it's not going to be hard wearing.
Yes. But
it is hard wearing. It is so gorgeous to sew. Why can't I do it? Not today. It's so gorgeous to sew with. It doesn't, clog up your machine. It doesn't, that although I'm going through lots of layers with this, it doesn't matter. Your machine will, chomp through it beautifully.
I was going to say, well, did you change your needle to go through the canvas?
No, it's fine. Again, because it is a slightly more open soft weave than some of the tighter, kind of like a cotton drill would be.
Yes.
Much tighter. So there we are. So the bottom's in. That's what the bottom looks like once it's in.
Now, could you, if you... Oh, no.
Nice and squared off.
You could. If you could make... You could almost make... I don't want to say a cardboard, but you could make something out of felt or something for the bottom, if you wanted the bottom to be more
some
solid.
layers of interfacing like we did earlier with the thing. You could pop a panel in the bottom. You could even, you could completely line this. I mean, I haven't lined this. I've made it unlined. I would just finish off with some an edge stitching on the inside of all my seams afterwards. But you could certainly line it with any of the planes.
Someone's asked to see the port fabric next to the stag fabric. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to push you.
No, it's fine.
Can you see that there? I'll jump to lift it up. There you go. There's the port. That's the Spectrum Solid in port. That looks really lovely together, doesn't it?
Very gentleman.
Well, I was going to say, yes, that looks. This makes it feminine, but that makes it kind of more butch. Really.
Yeah, more
butch
manly.
isn't the right word, is it? But like. If I was making it for Jay, I'd do the green, right? But if I was kind of making it for me, I'd use the port. Do you know what I mean?
I think it would look nice if you had cushions, if you wanted to make cushions with this. For a nice leather chair.
Yes.
In this, and then you could put this on the back. I think that would be really nice.
We won't start about antimacassars again. But
no, let's not.
Right, OK. So what's the next bit? Oh, the drawstring itself.
So the next thing is the drawstring and the straps. And
all right.
We've made a loop as well. I made a loop for the top so you can grab it by the... Because that's the thing I'm always a bit about rucksacks particularly. I'm a bit like, if I grab them by the handles, things going to fall out. So I always do like a little loop at the top. So you can either hang it up when you get to school, if you're taking it to school. Obviously, I haven't been to school for a long time.
No, we've got a coat rack here that you can hang it up on.
You can hang it on the thing, or you can grab it by it so it doesn't fall down.
Quick question then. You've made that loop separately, have you? Because it looks like it's the strap.
Yes, that's only because of the pieces of fabric I had left, as opposed to... But if you wanted to make it all in one piece, you could do that.
You could make this longer and
you
just
make it all one long piece. Also, if you wanted to, if you had them, you could make adjustable... The strap's adjustable with the little sliders that you can buy.
Yeah. OK. So which bit are we doing next, then?
So I was just going to talk you through. These are just straight pieces. I've pre-made them because it's just lots of boring long sewing.
Yes,
and I just made a simple straight cut piece. The drawstring piece was 4 centimetres by 80 centimetres, which in theory is the same, obviously the same length as this. We haven't got any seams here, so this is the same, but longer.
I was going to say you need a bit longer.
A little bit longer.
When you pull it right the way out, you don't want it to disappear up inside, do you?
Yeah, absolutely. And then we're going to use a bodkin.
I saw one on the table a minute ago.
I know. We keep losing bodkins this week, don't we? I've definitely got one over here.
No, it's definitely here, because I've seen it.
Don't panic, Jay, I've definitely got it. So this is the gorgeous bodkin that we have, and this is the one that I use all the time, which is the tweezer version.
These
So
fly out.
what it's got
Whenever we have these absolutely
like a pair
fly
of
out.
tweezers, and it's got a very grabby grip end, and it has this piece that slides up and down in the centre, which means that we can pop it onto the end of our... Also, I would have used it to turn it through. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use it to thread it through the channel. So I'm going to close that up and slide this piece down the centre. So that's now grabbed nice and tightly because it's got little teeth on the end of the tweezer section.
Yes.
Lovely. And then that gives you a nice bold piece to then...
But not only do you get that, right, it comes as a 2-piece kit, right? It's hemline bodkin, pinch and thread set, but look, oh, you can't sit in there. You get an actual, like an old-fashioned bodkin in there, you see what I mean? So if you wanted to, you could thread a ribbon or something through there, and you can push that through as well. Oh, there it is, there it is. That's the second piece. You get both of these for £1.95. Put them in your basket. Put it in your basket. At £1.95.
It's so handy. Okay. It's one of the tools I have in... I mean, I've got a
few... That one's yours, isn't it? But not
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I've got a few of them around the house for doing different kind of... whether I'm doing sewing or craft projects or whatever, because I use them all the time.
Do you use them to pinch your husband when he falls asleep when you're talking to him?
Yes, I do.
Sussed you out, haven't I? Really? And he's playing his PS3, whatever it's called.
4, 12, I don't know what number we're at now.
Other games are available, obviously.
Yes. At the moment, he's got a new one that you can walk around the house with.
Oh, I don't know. Little Paul put on Facebook he wanted to buy one because his has died this week, apparently.
Oh, that's sad. There we go.
He didn't want to buy a new one. He wanted a second-hand one, so it was a bit cheaper. Now, what's this fabric called again, Hannah? Yeah, what is it? I've said it enough times for you to know it by now. Joie de vivre. No, is it joie de vivre?
You're questioning yourself.
C'est la vie. There you go. Joie de vivre, c'est la vie, winter. Oh, right, now, people are asking for solids. What solids would go with this? I'd pick out, this is just me, and I'll ask Sammy in a second, I would either pick out, not the ones I've got here, go to the website and have a look. We've got really beautiful blues and greens. See that green there? We've got that green in a solid that we used in my batik the other day. That's really, really beautiful. Or I'd pick it out with a pink. Or I'd pick any of those colours out, really. What would you say if you were making them?
I'd go kind of tealy, turquoisey kind of colour if we've got... I mean, this would look... The tealy turquoise, and this would look quite nice.
Oh, so, yeah, that would look quite nice. But I really, personally...
I also, that kind of corally.
Yeah, we've got a beautiful one in coral that would go nicely with this one.
Because that would offset the green really beautifully. Because obviously otherwise it might be too greeny turquoise.
Yes.
I would say,
or
maybe
you could keep to the greeny and as the theme, the dark. We've got a lovely emerald green and a forest green. Did we have the forest green earlier? But anyway, really, really lovely colours. But Sue, you can pick any colour really, but they're the colours I'd go for. I wouldn't use any of the colours I've got here. But that's beautiful, really beautiful.
No, because they're slightly brighter tones. So I've got my strap here, my 2 straps. Again, we've done them exactly the same way. Straight piece of the contrast fabric, sewn them with wrong sides together. It's not going to come out. I don't know what's going on with that. Sewed it right sides together and then turned it through with the bodkin, and then I top stitched down both sides just to give it a little bit of strength and also to give it a bit more of a kind of top stitch kind of strap look as opposed to just a long thin piece.
But I suppose because you're not going to be carrying anything heavy in there, that's fine. But if you're going to carry a heavier bag, you're going to make a bigger, sturdier, you could put interfacing in there as well, couldn't you? If you want to just give it a little bit more strength.
Yeah, a little bit more body, or you could use a cotton tape, or, make it out of the canvas again. Yes. Again, in the same way, just a double, double the width you want the straps to be, and then fold it double, turn it through, and then again top stitching over the top, just to help to keep it flat, because obviously you can iron it flat, but I like the top stitching kind of keeps it flat all the time.
Well, to keep it flat gives extra strength, doesn't it?
Yes,
really?
absolutely.
Right, is this the loop that you were showing us?
Yeah, so all I did with this was, I'm going to let go of it and put it back together again. So I took my 2 strap pieces at the ends, and I popped them at right angles to each other, with the seam down the centre. This is going to be going facing in towards the bag. And I took one and slightly overlapped it one to the other and folded it to the inside. Again, it's just going to give it a bit more strength because this is going to be the point where it attaches to the bag and we want it to be nice and sturdy. And then I took my piece that's going to be my loop and I did the same with that, folded it so that I had the join at kind of 90 degrees angle to one another and then popped that in behind. So what that gives us, it gives us a few nice bulky layers. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm just going to pin that carefully.
That's quite a few layers to go through.
It is quite a few layers, but it is, because it's this gorgeous linear fabric, it's not going to be too stiff at all, even going through, and then we're going to go through the canvas with it as well. I was
going to say, if you were going to make it out of canvas, maybe do it as two separate...
Yes, or do it as one continuous long piece so that you've only got two layers rather than lots of different layers. But I wanted this to be nice and sturdy because obviously this is a lighter weight fabric. So I'm just going to undo my...
Isn't winter in French livre, like I said? L''HIVRE. Yeah, that's what I've said. Oh, ER, livre. Yeah, thank you. And it's got two French O's. Why you need two? I don't know. But...
I'm just going to position it and make sure that I'm happy with where it's going to go because we're going to put the flap on.
Oh, yes, we haven't done the flap yet, have we?
No, that's fine. So that's... I was just positioning it so I can be happy with where I'm going to put my flap then.
Oh, because it overlaps the flap, does it? Yes.
Yes, kind of goes on with the thing. So I'm kind of looking to where that's going to go. So it's going to end up sitting about there. So this is the flap. And this is really simple. It's just two pieces of the line. I've used the lining on the inside and the canvas on the outside, and I've just stitched around the three edges and turned it right side through. Okay. Straightforward. I did fold. I had a little bit extra of the lining, so I just folded that over to the right side to finish. I was going to say, was that binding, or have you folded it over? No, it's one continuous piece. So I've just made it. It was just happened to be a little bit longer because I didn't only cut three sides of the piece, and so I've just double folded that and stitched it across over the top to give a bit of a detail. Didn't do that on this one. Oh, okay. But I did it on this one because this was the second lot I'd made. So I'm just going to pin this in place.
So how do you know where to pin the flap in place then?
Well, I have done it just below the line of where the drawstring goes.
Don't look what I've been shopping for in the bag. So it's just literally below that line of drawstring. Yeah?
Yes, I'm just going to pin that in place and then stitch it with a straight row of stitching. With this one I stitched... Oh, sorry. That's fine. I double stitched. So I stitched... across down and then across and back up again. Okay. With this one, because it's a slightly thinner, I'm probably just going to do one line of stitching. Doesn't need to be...
It doesn't take much, it doesn't take any stress, does it, the flap?
No, it doesn't need to. It's just, again, it's more of a security measure, the flap. I mean, you don't even have to put the flap on if you don't want to.
Oh, no,
you
I
could
like
just
the flap.
leave it, the drawstring at the top if you wanted to.
It's an extra deterrent, isn't it, from... Anne from Clacton. Hello, Anne, my love, has messaged in. Oh... She's loving the show. She can't wait till we're on all day. Aww. And she's learnt so much about sewing.
Oh, bless her. Good, I'm glad.
She's got a sewing machine out again. Because you'll be on all 12 hours, won't it, when it goes all day? Yes. Yeah, that'd be great when we extend, won't it? It'd be lovely. Anyway.
There we go. Just move that out of the way.
Oh, you're not putting those on yet, then?
No, I'm just going to sew this one in place, and then I'll put that back into where the positioning was. There we go. I've taken
the stag is still in first place.
The noise I was making earlier was I was taking the end of the sewing machine off. So that I use it as a sleeve piece just because we're putting a bag around it. So it means you're less likely to sew through the other layer, in theory.
This is the joie de vivre. Going across the bottom. C'est la vie. It's not in first place anymore. The Stags is well and truly in first place now. That's the Hello Bear Buck. That's string up and buy some of this, and then I'll win.
I didn't know it was a competition.
No, it's no competition.
I'm not very competitive, although apparently I am.
Oh, you are.
I don't think I am, but apparently I am.
Yeah, all competitive people say that.
Okay, so that's your flap sewn in
So
place.
what you could almost do there is, you know, those magnetic-y, like...
Yeah, magnetic fasteners.
Do what?
Yeah, magnetic
Oh, I thought
fasteners.
they had a special name. Yeah, magnetic fasteners.
Magnetic fasteners, sorry,
You could
yeah.
just pop one of those on and then it'll just automatically close.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, another layer of security if you choose. Okay, and then I'm going to pop this in place. I would pin it, but I've already got a pin in it, which is marking the centre for me. And it's a bit fiddly when I get under the machine because there's a lot going on with flap and everything all in the way. So very carefully I'm going to pop all that under.
You've got your gubbins table taken off there then, so you've just got your little narrow arm going on at the machine there.
Yes, the what do they call it? Sleeve arm or something.
Sleeve arm, that's it. There.
So I've fed that in,
Yep.
and I've got my centre marked, my centre back seam anyway,
Yep.
so I'm going to pop this in place afterwards, because sometimes putting it all in
the right
place
way
at the
up?
beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got seams to the back side.
Yeah, and you want the straps going downwards,
Down
not
towards...
upwards.
Glad you're here, John, otherwise I probably would sew it all on back to front, because I have been known. Okay. And then I'm just going to sew carefully round. You can see that machine is just going through it like butter. It's not struggling at all. Needle down, lift foot, twist.
Now,
What's up?
No, I was going to ask a question because we're going to run out of time in a second. Would you then do the same with the bottom of the straps and just stitch them?
Yes, or you can hand stitch them. You just need to stitch them in place at the bottom.
If you know the length you want them, could you, when you're doing the square on the bottom of the bag, could you encase them into that seam?
Yes, if you're going to keep them at the same length, absolutely you can, No reason why not.
Which one's winning? Which one's winning? The Shroud of Riva is now winning. Oh, it's a very close race run. Not that it's not a competition. It's not a competition. I'll take you through the other fabrics very quickly in a second when Sammy's done.
There we go. As usual, I would say tie them off and make sure they're all neat and tidy.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm throwing things on the floor again.
Do what?
Throwing my threads on the floor again.
That's right.
That's what I do at home.
Oh, no, it won't be Jake, no.
There we go. Let's sort that out at the front. Flap's done.
Right.
And then, yes, you just attach the bottom of your straps to the bottom. I think I did it on this one. I just did it by hand.
But if you want to, you could do a square.
If you know
could do
the
the same
length.
thing that you've done there at the bottom there, couldn't you? For strength.
Again, for your extra strength. Or, like you said, if you know exactly the length that you want them to be, then yes, you can pop them in at the stage. But you obviously have to have them all prepared at that.
But if you've already made one, then you'd know how long they were going to be.
Yeah.
Sammy, thank you so much.
Thanks.
When are you back in?
Next week.
Oh.
Thursday.
What's going on? Okay, thank you, Sammy. We'll see you later because we've got to go do fabrics. Stags first. The Stags first, which is in second place at the moment of popularity. It is beautiful, though, isn't it, this fabric? It's called, there you go, have a look, Hello Bear Buck Forest Canvas Fabric by Art Gallery. It's new today. £8 to me, anyway. It's new to me today. £8.95. I think it must have been out before because I seem to remember there's like a little Stag's Head kit, the thing that was going on in the other room. £8.95. That's in second place at the moment. No competition, but this is winning. This is the joie de vivre. C'est la vie, l'hiver. Not liver, not like liver and onions, or like Liverpool. But winter. Oh, it's upside down. Oh, no, it's upside down. There you go. We love this. Imagine that in a conservatory. Imagine that on the garden cushions. £8.95 for half a metre. That is stunning, isn't it? Team it with any of those colours, the turquoise, the pinks, the corals. It's going to look absolutely beautiful. £8.95 for half a metre. Right, Pandalicious next. Pandalicious Paddlings Pods. Again, lovely black and white monochrome weave on this one, as you can see there. 0800 112 44 33 is your phone number. Sewingquarters.com if you want to buy on the web. £8.95 for half a metre. Pandalicious Pandalings Pod. It's canvas fabric. Really, really lovely. Oh, quickly on, one job. Swans next. This is lovely as well, isn't it? Really, really heavyweight, gorgeous. This one's got a closer weave than the other canvases. This is more like a cotton drill, I'd say. Hello, Olu. Hello, Ollie. Swanling's Bevy Nightfall canvas fabric, £10.95 half metre. Go beautifully with Sammy's top there. Oh, we're not going to get through all these. No, this one there, there's the last one. Happy home to live by. I'm not in again now till Saturday. Natasha's back tomorrow, and she's got lots and lots of lovely projects. Make sure you tune in to her. Happy home to live by. It's beautiful. It's £8.95 for half a metre. That's a really lovely French navy blue, that one. Right, that's me done. Thank you so much for your company over the last few days. I've had a lovely time. I do love working here, you know. I'll see you on Saturday morning. If you're up in York, I'll see you there. I'm going out for dinner tonight, 60th birthday party. Take care of yourself. Watch us. See you on Saturday.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter!